Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, members of staff, and those that are joining us in chambers and streaming through the town's YouTube channel. Welcome to Council Chambers on this beautiful September 8th. And today we're dealing with a regular council meeting. Members of council, there is an agenda before you. Deputy Mayor.
Town Council adopt the September 8th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you. Administration, anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing to add.
Okay, we'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. That is carried. So moving on with the agenda, number 3 is the public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents to talk to council on anything that's not on the current agenda. So anyone wants to bring forward a concern, an issue, or just some suggestions to council, so they're welcome to come at this time. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through Your Worship, we have one registered speaker, Ms. Mallory Walker.
Okay, welcome. If you can come forward. There is a mic in front of you. You would have to push the little speak button until the mic goes red, and then you can speak directly into the mic. And welcome to council chambers.
Thank you. So I just prepared a little bit of something just to talk. So first, I just want to say thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak. I'm very new to the area, let alone Alberta, so learning to navigate the system. Mayor Choi has been really wonderful in helping us figure out some things as we transition here, and it's just been a really lovely and welcoming community. So I just want to say thank you for that. I'm here to formally document some of the barriers that that my family has faced in obtaining approvals for our landscaping requirements, including our retaining wall. My request is for immediate practical direction so that we can complete, safe code-compliant work, not only for me, but also for other members of the community. My intentions here today are to show the need for improvement in processes from the town of Stony Plain. For the purposes of this meeting, I've removed any names and just giving an overview. So just a little bit about me. We are a family of 3, or 4 if you want to include the dog. We've recently moved here from Ontario as a military relocation. Earlier this year, prior to our move, we flew to Edmonton to purchase a house and feel out the neighborhoods surrounding. We really felt that Stony Plain was where we wanted to be and where we wanted to raise our daughter. Prior to taking possession of our home, we understood that we had to fulfill landscaping requirements and build a retaining wall. During this time, we made sure that we understood the requirements, the processes, and the governing bodies and factors. We read, we emailed, and we asked questions to the town throughout the process. We were advised by the town that we would require our final grade to be approved prior to installing our retaining wall. We were told that the retaining wall permit would only be issued once the final grade was approved. So we did our final grade, we went to have the inspection, and we failed. Why did we fail? We failed because we didn't have a retaining wall. We went to the retaining wall. We were told we cannot get a permit for the retaining wall unless we have our final grade approved. Let me tell you, moving is hard. This doesn't need to be that hard. The inspection report also stated that we required engineered approval for anything over 3 foot. This also came to a surprise of us because that is not provincial code, nor is that your code. This information was not correct, as it should have been 4 foot. This discrepancy has caused a lot of confusion and created a perpetual loop. When we spoke to the town's qualified engineer, they were the ones that advised us of this 3 foot, even though it was not true. In addition, throughout this process, we also needed to obtain a land title, which is 3 to 4 weeks of processing as of August 14th. So we took possession in July, and on August 14th, we were still waiting up to 4 weeks. So the issues I want to bring to your attention today. All of these are unnecessary burdens and process problems. Contradictory requirements. This circular dependency makes it impossible to proceed and adds needless time and cost. Retaining walls are expensive. Did that blow my socks out of the water? Yeah. Costly, impractical sequencing. We were told we should have left the slope and obtained final grade. If we would have left the slope and put in the final grade and then built our retaining wall, then we would have actually had to redo our final grade and redo our grass. That is thousands of dollars. And would require additional machinery, equipment, and all that stuff. Also through this process, we've been met with a little bit of rudeness and misinformation. My husband was told that we should have planned better, and it doesn't take an engineer to figure this out. We were told that we compromised the structure without any fact or evidence to support this. We were also told that the retaining wall, that we'll advise you after you apply. Well, I can't apply for a retaining wall. I can't plan to build a retaining wall if I don't know what the requirements are. So, again, it costs money to put these applications. It costs money to get these permits. It costs time. Communication failures. Over a 1-week period, we left over 4 voicemails with nobody responding to us. We asked to speak to a manager. We were told that no manager was available to talk. Eventually, when we ended up having the opportunity to speak to a manager, we were asked why we never contacted a manager. We were really lucky that I, on a whim, sent a message to the mayor, and he immediately responded and has aided us through this process. He has been kind and guided us and answered questions, and I think that's been really supportive of us and put our minds at ease. But we're a military family. I don't know when my husband's going to leave. I don't want the burden of him going away and me being responsible to maintain my household, my daughter, my job, and all of these things. We have no family here. It is just us. I don't know anybody. I don't have a friend to ask. I don't have anybody for help. You are my community, and I want your help. Our goal is simple: build something safe, durable, retaining, meet code, pass, move on. Here's our request: a concurrent review of the retaining wall permit process and final landscaping requirement process. We want to see confirm a clear checklist for the retaining wall permit so that it's accessible to all. We chose Stony Plain as a growing community. We'd be proud to call home. We still want to finish this project properly. We would like clarification, access, in order to proceed without any further unnecessary cost, delay, or stress to our family. Moving from a province to province is incredibly stressful, even with everything in place and even with a great support system that's local. This doesn't need to be difficult. It doesn't need to be hard. It just requires a clear process, kindness, and a community. And that's all I'm asking for today. Thank you so very much.
Okay. Thank you for your time and presenting to council. Yep. Mallory, do you want to just stay for a second? Definitely appreciate you taking the time to come and let us know, because obviously, many of us haven't dealt with an issue of getting a retaining wall and getting grading, so it is nice to hear some of those feedbacks from residents, and so welcome to town. Just wondering if the management of planning infrastructure has any comments on this, or can we follow up with Mallory in a second?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to all council, and to our new resident. So I had a chance to speak with the resident just before the meeting. She did give me some additional background. I am familiar with, as I mentioned to her, I've been speaking with staff and yourself through this process. Oh, pardon me, am I too far away? Pardon me. I have been speaking with the resident as well as Your Worship, as mentioned. I did give an update just now, and also to yourself, that I understand that the permits were submitted to the town on the 2nd. That is something that I'll keep an eye on, and I'll keep the resident informed going forward. We do regret any poor experience you've had with staff. Those are things I'll look to talk to you about and as we go through and complete this with you, and we'll be open to any feedback that you might have as a result of this.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think another thing that I heard from you, and thank you for bringing that, is the process. So if there can be this kind of little, small, quick review of our processes in terms of how somebody attains, a retaining wall, because it was quite a while when I got my house built and we did the retaining wall. So I don't remember that, the process anymore, because it was a long time ago.
through your worship to all council and all those present. As I've mentioned to council many times, we're always trying to make ourselves better. So as we've grown, we definitely could always take a look at things that we thought were that we had spelled out. We've made a number of changes in the planning department over the last couple of years. So this is something that we can help clarify and make sure that it's clear for everyone as they go through the process.
Thank you for that commitment. Any other questions for clarity from members of council? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mallory, for coming and the experience. I have gone through one of our permit processes recently, and I do know we are still working on many paper forms and so on and so forth, and it is not necessarily the most clear process. I was just wondering if the general manager could provide a little bit of an update. I believe as part of the plan with the new enterprise software, we are supposed to be moving to e-permitting, which will potentially include some improvements in some more homeowner-applied permits. Is that in process? Is that still to come? Do we have an ETA? And as that kind of review that was asked for, is that something that's sort of being undertaken as we work through that project?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all council, you are correct. There's currently a project underway that's supported by the Housing Accelerator Fund that we will be replacing our current processes with a more digital open system that will reduce the need for paper copies as we go through, as applicants make applications for any new developments. We are excited for that. It is in its early stages. We're expecting to have some milestones completed into 2026. We're expecting mid 2026 for the first go live. We don't have exact dates. We're just ironing out those timelines with the vendor right now. But it is one of those big steps that the town is taking to try and reduce redundancies or any sort of missteps that could be found through process as we get any types of questions, including this one that's being highlighted tonight.
Thank you. In a second, if I may. Excellent. I do have a specific question to this incident because in 30 seconds, I was able to find conflicting information in our own resources as well in regards to the permit requirement. So when I pull up a quick search, the search is saying 3 feet, which we know is the incorrect based on what Mallory has just let us know. But then when I do pull up the permit application says 4 feet. So is that a discrepancy that we're aware of internally, and are we working to make sure that that is corrected?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council, through our dialogue with the resident, that's something that we've highlighted ourselves. So there, just a little bit of maybe an extra layer of information here. So there's different requirements for retaining walls depending on what body of knowledge you subscribe to. There's the Canadian Foundation Engineering Manual, which will dictate that there's engineer requirements at a certain foot depth. There's also building code, which will usually exceed that. And then towns and municipalities are generally subscribing their own individual requirements if necessary. So you can go down in different layers. And I don't have an answer for why we have different information on the website. I can only speculate that over time we've put some of this information on there in different places, and as we've made changes to our department, as we've gotten more organized, some of this stuff hasn't been collapsed into itself and updated. So this does highlight that as we're growing, we will find things like this and we will address them.
Okay, and so for clarity then, from our standpoint, the development permit application states 4 feet, so is that our requirement, or is our requirement in fact higher than the building code standards at 3 feet?
The development permit is what we would use as our requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plechko.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mallory, for coming today. It's unfortunate that we've run into this issue, but things do happen from time to time, and I'm hoping that this will be a quick resolve from administration so that you can get that done prior to anybody leaving. My question is for administration. Can you speak to a little bit of the process? She referred to having a process where you did, I'll call it rake and roll. I come from from a landscape industry, do it all the time, so I'm going to use a different term that you might know before. So rake and roll, which is actually black dirt and sod, to get to final grade. Help me to understand why we would do final grade get a certificate for it, and then have to retake that out to do a retaining wall, because in my experience, retaining walls are built prior to final grade,
Right?
so that they're on a foundation that is solid. Can you speak a little bit about to that and how that refers to our permits requiring final grade first?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your wish of the councillor, pledge goal of council. So you're correct. We do, when there's a new building being built, we do a rough grade, which is something that we work with the builder on. Then subsequently, once there is a final, once that is completed, they can apply for final grade, which is where, and ultimately all this process is ensuring that there's proper drainage, that the grade elevations are going to meet the intended design of the neighborhood, so to speak, so everything will generally flow, and you don't have any anomalies that can create issues down the line from the rough to final. I don't have the specifics here on how this particular incident has worked its way the way it is. I know the resident has brought up a couple of points about staff bringing up one part of the process and then interning another. So that's something that we'll have to work with her. I'll have to work with her and better understand.
Thanks for that answer. I look forward to seeing that. If you could send that out in an email to all of council so that we have a better understanding of our own processes within the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious if I could have a little bit better understanding regarding retaining walls. Being a realtor, I see many retaining walls in the town of Stony Plain, and they're used for different purposes. Does a retaining wall development permit or any of this requirement to meet the height and so forth have anything to do with what is it trying to hold back? What is it trying to protect something from falling into? Or is it just random, anything? For instance, many properties back onto the railroad track, and there's a high swing upward of the backyard topography. People build retaining walls there and sometimes build in multi-layers so that they can garden back there or whatever. There are other properties. We have one straight down here about 3 houses to the east of the town office, which has about a 3-foot retaining wall in the front that's actually holding back the front yard from coming down onto the sidewalk. And there are other retaining walls that are trying to keep property water from coming onto the property that actually is trying to go somewhere else, should go somewhere else. Doesn't matter what a retaining wall is being built for, or is it just the fact that it's a retaining wall, it has to meet this requirement, this engineering overview, etc.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard and all of council. So there's a number of ways to answer that, but the simplest thing is that when you remove, when you adjust the soil topography, generally what you're trying to do is, when you put a retaining wall, is you're trying to increase usable space in an area. Now that can be for a litany of reasons. It could be for the private enjoyment of a property. You could also be using it for different construction purposes. You could be using it to flatten out an area. Ultimately, the main point that from the permit perspective is the height. Now that has to do with a number of reasons, including that's when we start to see pressures and issues that will that could if the right building considerations are not done, then you can have short, medium, or long-term issues with that wall. And depending, that goes to your point, what is it holding up? So that's the second part. Once you know you need a retaining wall and you're hitting that height restriction, those are the times that you start to. That's when we start to look at, what is this holding up, as you put it. So it could be that it's just to adjust a backyard so that it's moving some on a burn back a little bit. Or it could be as complicated as that this could be a retaining wall for holding up some of the buildings that might be very high up, and we need to understand the loading and some other engineering requirements that might be on top of that. It really is, that's when it gets to its very site-specific considerations that we work through with the different applicants, and that you'll have different types of walls that may need to be employed depending on what you're dealing with. Some are very straightforward. Sometimes it's just to put a trail in, or maybe make a sidewalk more accessible. Those are usually very straightforward and very simple to put in, and don't require much review time. Some can be, I've seen some applications, some designs that are more complicated than some buildings. It really does depend on the situation, but the requirement for that really is dictated at first by height.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think it's good that I heard this resident say that she would be doing this for the purpose of also helping other people try to understand and get the clarity of the process, because it wasn't clear for her. So I appreciate that we're not just trying to fix our own personal problem here, but address something to make it easier for anybody needing a retaining wall, and that's a good thing.
Yep. Excellent point, Councilor Hansard. I think I talked to Mallory earlier. It's like, she's dealing with this process, and if she does not bring it forward, we don't know who else is dealing with this process. So this allows us, again, as the general manager said, to review some of our literature and where it's at. And as easy as, we used to have this, and when regulations change, we changed some of the new documentation, but we didn't change the old documentation. So then there's that kind of like, well, this one says this says this, they don't match. And it's given us the opportunity to review that. So thank you for bringing that forward, Mallory. Any more questions for clarity before we move on? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for bringing forward your concern. I don't know you, you don't know me. I'm definitely not a developer. We have members of our council that excel in that area. The part of your presentation this evening that really struck a chord with me were some of the comments that were made to you by municipal staff. It doesn't take an engineer, you should have planned better, these sorts of things. Shocks me and surprises me, and I do appreciate the general manager has committed to sourcing that out and digging into what happened there, and do want to apologize that was an interaction that you had with our municipality. And I love to think that we're a welcoming, warm community that embraces new residents to the area, and I think most of the time that is true. And unfortunately, we have these moments at times, and I think we all have them, but should never be directed to the resident, because we're here to serve our residents. And so I do apologize to you for that and look forward to hearing from the general manager. One of the things I do want to ask our team, and I heard it in your presentation, is just concrete next steps. How do we move forward? And I shouldn't say we. Mallory, I believe, right? Is it perfect, Mallory? How does Mallory move forward going home this evening, knowing that there will be clarity brought to the work that's trying to be accomplished to make their house a home? What are the next steps that we're going to take to ensure Mallory and her family have what they need to accomplish their landscaping goals?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship, to Councilor Anderson and all of council. So as I was speaking with Mallory this afternoon, I understand that her permits were submitted on the 2nd. I was talking with staff this afternoon, so those are things I'll be following up with. I understand that they're going through the proper review process right now with a couple of members of our team. Once I have that information, I'll be contacting Mallory about what those next steps will be.
And thank you, and I do appreciate that. Now, would have been, through you, Mr. Mayor, my follow-up question is, who does Mallory contact moving forward to ensure that she understands the process? And what I hear through you, Mr. Mayor, is our general manager is going to take that on to ensure that we find a quick solution to some of the concerns that have come forward. So thank you again. We do appreciate it, and it, the perspective of for yourself, but also so that others in our community don't experience the same struggles when they're trying to accomplish tasks like landscaping. So thank you so much for being here, and truly welcome to Stony Plain. We're glad you're here.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other questions for clear understanding? See none. Thank you for your time. Definitely appreciate it. And again, welcome to our community, and definitely reach out to any members of council if you have any concerns. And Brett has made the commitment to, as soon as he gets the review from his staff, he'll be giving you a contact on that. Thank you. Okay, have a good night. Thank you. All right, moving on with our public input session. Administration, has anybody else registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one else has registered.
Thank you. Anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda today? Okay, seeing none, move on to number 4 of our agenda, which is presentations and delegations. And we have our MP, Dane Lloyd, with us. How are you doing? Welcome to council chambers again. Again, just push the little red little mic in front of you and then speak directly into the mic when you're ready.
Well, thank you, council, for having me here today, and thank you for some fellowship before the meeting today. That was really great, and thank you to all the staff that are here. And I just want to say it's wonderful to see that Stony Plain is being chosen as a community for military families. The base isn't very close to here. There are communities that are closer to the base, but it is good to see that people are willing to move a little bit further out just because they love our community here in Stony Plain so much. So that's great to hear. Just get into a presentation, an overview of some issues that I think would be of interest to Stony Plain Council and to the people of Stony Plain that have been going on at a federal level. As you all know, we had an election at the end of April. We have a minority Liberal government under a new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. The Conservative Party, which I am a member of, won a significant amount of new seats, but did not form government, obviously. So we have a very interesting political dynamic in Parliament right now, where we have a Liberal minority government that's about 5 seats, I believe, short of a majority. And we have a strong Conservative opposition with more seats than we've had since before 2015. We have the Bloc Québécois, which has lost some seats, and we have the NDP, which has lost party status and only has 7 seats. You'll recall before the election happened that the NDP were in a supply and confidence agreement with the Liberal government under Justin Trudeau, and this meant that there was a great deal of stability in that parliament. Part of the agreement was that there would be no surprises and that the Liberal NDP would support the Liberal government, which effectively gave them a majority government that lasted almost the full 4 years that a majority government would have lasted. Starting in the fall, it became increasingly clear that the leadership of Justin Trudeau was not sustainable, and over the Christmas holiday, Prime Minister Trudeau resigned, initiating, and Parliament was prorogued, which usually we would return to Parliament at the end of January to begin. There was a lot of business that we were dealing with. But as Parliament was prorogued, a great deal of legislation was wiped away, and the Liberals underwent a leadership race, and we all know that Mark Carney won that leadership and subsequently called an election. During that time, we dealt with a very large challenge with our most important ally and trading partner, the United States of America, announcing a number of tariffs against Canada, which Canada responded to with some retaliatory tariffs. This created a lot of uncertainty. I know from business owners and workers and farmers in our region, there was a great deal of fear. And I think that fear was rightly placed. People wondering if they would be able to keep their businesses going, if they were going to have jobs. Luckily, the vast majority of trade between Canada and the United States remains covered by the CUSMA agreement, which was negotiated under the first Trump presidency. And so a lot of businesses were able to get their trading goods declared compliant, and so there were no tariffs involved. And so I think we haven't seen as drastic or catastrophic of a hit from the tariffs that we could have seen and that people were anticipating. But that, along with comments from the U.S. president, I think created a mass feeling in this country. And previously, what I'd say were the most important issues that folks were dealing with was cost of living, which is still a massively important issue and increasingly taking precedence over the issue of our relationship with the United States. That being said, we are renegotiating these trade agreements starting next year, and I have serious concerns that it's going to be a very tough negotiation, and Canada needs to fight for every win it can get, but we're still facing serious issues on agriculture, on autos, on lumber, softwood lumber particularly, and these are existential for many workers and businesses in our country, and so that's something I'm going to be very focused on. Closer to home, there's been some recent announcements related to immigration. There was a massive spike in immigration, particularly going into and through the COVID-19 pandemic, and this unsustainable rate of immigration has caused a lot of strain on our healthcare system, our education system, and particularly our housing market, where we've seen the cost of housing rapidly come out of reach of everyday middle-class families. And the government, the Liberal government, began responding to this after some fairly strong criticism from the Conservatives. And recently, our leader, who has been recently re-elected as an Alberta Member of Parliament in Battle River Crowfoot, has announced that the Conservatives wish to scrap the temporary foreign worker program. Now, interestingly, my staff estimated that there's about 40 Stony Plain employers that applied for LMIAs under the temporary foreign worker program, and that there were, in 2024, 85 jobs granted. So this policy would have an impact. These are low-wage jobs, overwhelmingly. Dishwashers, people working in the restaurant industry. But these are also jobs that I think a lot of constituents who've reached out to me feel should be jobs that would be good for young people, students. But I full on am aware that, business owners, I'm sure, would love to hire local students, but there are challenges with that as well. But I think we're addressing a very serious concern, which is statistics showing a nearly 20% youth unemployment rate in our country, which is clearly not sustainable, and it's not fair to the youth, and it has to come. There has to be initiative from young people and ambition, but we also need to make sure that we're not putting any barriers in their way to finding employment. So that's our response to that. Related to this, we had the Canada Summer Jobs Program, which is a critical federal program that seeks to connect young people in Canada with meaningful summer employment. And I am really pleased, as you probably already know, that out of the 41 positions that the town of Stony Plain applied for this past summer, 26 were granted. And my staff, in the process, I just want to make clear, this has become a very competitive program stream. In the past, like 10 years ago, I could see, almost every municipality and getting a certain number of jobs, but this has become a very competitive program stream. And I know that the town of Stony Plain are excellent employers, and they're providing meaningful employment that can lead to great lifelong experiences for young people. And so I did intervene in that program to ensure that the town of Stony Plain got 26 jobs. But because of the competitiveness of the program, there would have been 0 jobs for the town of Stony Plain if there had not been an intervention. I know my staff is working very closely with the town of Stony Plain, and there has been, they had a very strong application, and their applications have been improving, but it's been identified that this program is becoming very much more competitive than it has in the past. So I just wanted to provide that. Also, I'm sure the town is aware of the Green Municipal Fund, which is being run out of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It's about $300 million in funding through 2026, and this is energy efficiency funding for new builds and retrofits, and this is really one of the only major program streams that we're seeing new money coming out. We know there's a budget coming out this fall. Usually we have budgets in the spring, but because of the nature of prorogation of the election, we're seeing a budget this fall. We do anticipate it's going to be a very large deficit, and we do see that this government is making a lot of indications that this is going to be, they're going to be moving towards austerity. They're certainly talking about major cuts to civil service in the Canadian government. They are talking about investments, though, which I think is hopeful because we know a lot of communities are dealing with aging infrastructure that needs to be renewed. And so these are things that I'll be watching for in the fall. Other areas related to public safety, we've seen a rash of criminal actions. I mean, I did see that even in Stony Plain here, there was 2 break-ins in the last couple of weeks in local businesses. An eyewear store was broken into. It's always shocking to see that in our safe community. But we have to realize that, crime is on the rise across this country. And one thing that we've identified is that our criminal justice system is letting far too many people out on bail, or giving far too many people conditional sentences, house arrest, when these people are a violent threat to the community. And the reason for that is related to legislation that was passed in 2018 that the government said was to bring our criminal justice code in compliance with decisions that the Supreme Court had made or courts had made that were related to our charter rights, that basically made it a priority that judges use the least restrictive measures necessary in relation to alleged criminals, so people who haven't been convicted yet, but that have been charged. By adding this legislation in the last 7 years, we've seen a significant spike in violent crime, and when these people are caught, we're finding an overwhelming amount of them are people that are out on bail, currently out on bail. This is unacceptable. We've been calling for bail reform as the Conservatives for the last 2 years now. I am hopeful. The federal government has said that they will be announcing bail reform this fall. And I look forward to supporting this government if they have legislation that actually will solve the problem. So I think you're going to see, to give you some insight into what we're seeing, is that when the government wants to take substantive actions on issues, we will be there to support them. We will be there to hold them accountable to ensure that they're fulfilling what they're saying on these things. And we're going to continue to call them out. We've been recently very successful on the issue, not to go down a rabbit hole, but the electric vehicle mandates, which in June we were calling the government to scrap them. They just announced last week that they're putting a pause on electric vehicle mandates. I spoke with local car dealerships, and they've told me that the amount of electric vehicles that are being sold is less than 8% of their total fleets, and having a mandate that requires 60% of EV sales by 2030 was simply not feasible for those businesses, and would frankly place most vehicles out of the reach of families on affordability. So that's something that we're very proud of, and we're going to continue to try to put forward that advocacy to get things done. For myself as Member of Parliament, I am very fortunate through the lottery system that occurs at the beginning of every Parliament to have been placed in the top 30 Members of Parliament who have the privilege of introducing a private member's bill in the order of precedent. And I look forward to introducing my long-held piece of legislation, McCann's Law, which seeks to reform the Corrections Act, the Conditional Release Act, and the Prison Reformatories Act to basically achieve a number of policy outcomes. First, when an accused or someone who's been convicted of an offense in relation to the death of another person conceals or has information related to the location of the remains of their victims, that it will be considered an aggravating factor in sentencing. Secondly, upon being convicted and going into the criminal justice system, when they are, a judge can place a restriction on their eligibility for parole to be 2/3 or 10 years, whichever is less. And the hope there is to provide a tangible penalty for those who refuse to provide material information related to the location of their victims' remains. It would also become a factor that parole boards would have to consider when deciding whether or not to grant a release into the community, whether or not the accused has provided that material information. And then finally, in the case of prisons granting temporary absences, it would have to be a condition that would have to be considered in the granting of temporary absences. And so what my hope is that by creating tangible consequences for refusal to cooperate for people that have already been convicted. To be clear, some people have said to me, well, what if the person is innocent? And for one, I'd say, well, this isn't a punishment for people who have been accused of a crime. This is a punishment for people who have already been convicted. It's not the job of the criminal justice system to judge whether the judicial system got it right or wrong. It's the job, once the person has been convicted, to to oversee that the law is being implemented. And this is in response to the wide rash of cases, particularly the McCann family from St. Albert that was murdered and have never been recovered, the many missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, the Highway of Tears. We've seen in Winnipeg, the stories of the women who have been dumped in landfills, whose bodies, some of the bodies have been recovered, thankfully, so that the families can have the closure of a funeral, which I think is critical for the healing and there will be never full healing, but to mitigate some of the trauma that families face when doing this. So I look forward to introducing this and hopefully having this passed sometime early in the spring. And finally, on my final note, at Public Safety Committee, we're going to have a very full committee agenda this fall. There was legislation brought forward in the spring, the Strong Borders Act. This is a very large piece of legislation that not only deals with strengthening the immigration system and border provisions, but also has very significant provisions related to the powers of police to surveil online activity. I've been told by police and the RCMP that these are critical tools that they need to pursue investigations into cross-border child sex abuse material trafficking, drug trafficking, credit card fraud, and other things that they simply don't have those tools. That being said, I think there's a lot of concern that we don't want to be giving the government excessive powers that they don't need, and so I look forward to having that before the Public Safety Committee. We also have a cybersecurity bill that will be coming back from the last Parliament to committee. This is about strengthening our critical infrastructure. As we know, like if our telecom lines go down, or if our natural gas lines, increasingly we're seeing a world where it's a digital world where artificial intelligence is being integrated with our utility systems and our telecommunications systems, and the threats that we face are growing, and the hostile actors will take advantage of countries that don't up their defenses, and so that's an important piece of legislation as well. And of course, the aforementioned bail provisions that we look forward to seeing the government introduce in the fall. All of these, I suspect, could be coming to me at the Public Safety Committee, so I expect to have my hands full this fall. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks, and thank you, and open any questions.
Thank you, MP Lloyd, for the presentation, and thank you for joining us in Council Chambers. And definitely, we appreciate the work that you're doing on our behalf over on the Hill. Members of Council, questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Lordy.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, MP Lloyd, for joining us here this evening and providing us an update. It's always great to have you in Chambers. Not much in the way of questions, just wanted to voice support, particularly around the youth unemployment. As you spoke of that, I have 3 youth that, quite frankly, it's been very difficult for them to find jobs. I know we've been working very hard on economic development here in the town of Stony Plain to try and bring business to Stony Plain and provide jobs for everyone in the community, not just youth, because it has been seen. So I think careful consideration of things that can be done to make sure that that's amended and adjustment would be great. I did actually have a question, because when you mentioned McCann's Law, I had thought you had brought this in prior to Parliament, and so it looks like you did in 2021. So this is coming back into Parliament then? Has there been some changes to the bill, or I'm just trying to understand the process as to where it's at and why it hasn't come through yet.
Go ahead.
So the process is that because I was elected in a by-election in 2017, there's a lottery system. So there's 338 members of Parliament. We just simply don't have enough time in Parliament to debate every single piece of legislation that somebody would want to bring forward. And so they've instituted a lottery system where everyone's name gets pulled out of a hat and they have an order of precedence at the beginning of every Parliament. As somebody who was elected in a by-election, I'm put at the very bottom of that order of precedence. Following the 2019 and 2021 elections, my name was under 100, like under the 150 mark. It's very unlikely, we probably in a good Parliament can pass maybe up to 100 pieces of private members' bills. So I was very low on the order of precedence. I have introduced the legislation in every Parliament as a means of keeping the issue alive and advocating for the issue. But this is the first Parliament where I've actually because I'm very high in the order of precedence, that I have a shot of, it will be debated. And so as I go into the fall, my focus is going to be on lobbying Bloc Québécois, NDP, Liberal members of Parliament to try to get support, particularly at second reading, so that we can get this supported in principle and brought to committee. Once at committee, hopefully we'll have an opportunity to have, stakeholders from various sides come and share. If there's any improvements to the bill that could be made, I welcome any improvements that could be made. And hoping that we can get this through the Senate and with royal assent sometime in the spring.
Thank you for that. And the reason why I wanted that explanation is because I will say, as you mentioned, this dates back, I believe the McCann's murder occurred in 2017 timeframe, if memory serves right, somewhere around there. Or 2010, or maybe that was first introduced 2017. Again, the amount of time it's taken to get a piece of legislation like this, you spoke to bail reform, you spoke to the criminal justice system, and so on and so forth. And, this is a critical piece of legislation that, frankly, I would be very surprised if there was much opposition to it. I would love to hear from you, maybe in a future presentation when you come to council, about potential opportunities where we could assist in advocating for a better process in bringing legislation forward at a federal level when it has relatively high consensus. I think the fact that it is taking this long for you to get this piece of legislation onto the floor of the House, into Senate, into committee, and so on and so on and so on, is a disservice, because it makes me wonder how many other fantastic pieces of legislation are there in private member bills that are sitting there because they haven't got high enough on that list yet, despite the party, despite the stripe, no matter what. We see issues, we see challenges, we see problems, we see solutions, and then we have a process that is getting in the way of actually putting those forward. So I'd love to hear, if you have something anecdotal this evening, fantastic. If not, I'd love to hear in the future of opportunities.
Well, this is, as we said, there's a lot of great ideas out there. There's also probably a lot of ideas that sound great that maybe aren't great. I certainly think my piece of legislation proposed is a strong piece of legislation. But I think the reason why we have these processes is to keep well-meaning legislation that might be flawed, to make sure that we're doing our due diligence. There is a method, it's called unanimous consent motions. You can make a unanimous consent motion in the House to move up legislation. And frankly, I found that it's allowed things that everyone kind of supports on a principle basis, but have problems. It's allowed those things to get passed without the proper due diligence, and it's led to problems further on. I think there was a landmark piece of Indigenous legislation that was being brought forward, and it was probably going to get widespread support in the House, but there was a number of Métis communities, particularly in Alberta, that brought up some very good points of why it couldn't be supported. And so sometimes groups don't have the capacity to speak out as quickly as Parliament would like, and if we pass legislation too quickly, we might pass it without taking into account those very important. And luckily, Conservatives actually went up and stood up against this legislation, which, sounded great on paper about empowering Indigenous communities and giving them more support. But we found out it was completely cutting out a different group, another group of Indigenous people out of the process. And so we need to make sure we're doing our proper due diligence. But I take your point. It's a very good point, and we can talk about that offline. That'd be great.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Lloyd. Any other questions, comments from members of council? Councilor Hansford, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Lloyd, thank you so much for coming to Stony Plain Council. It really helps, I believe, for our council to have an opportunity to connect with you. And obviously, we're live streaming it, and I believe it does help our residents to feel that there's a connection to, although your office is quite open and you're made available to us, so thank you for that. I wanted to ask your opinion, if I can, and I know you mentioned tariffs, but I'm of the opinion that the tariffs are a bit of a tool that were used by the United States government, President Trump and his administration, for a purpose, and it seems to have worked with many countries. They have eased up on their tariffs Do you see a reason for Canadians to stay in a hyper sense of anxiety over the tariffs? Or do you believe, this personal belief, I guess, that this will work its way out and the tariffs will indeed have far less perhaps, impact than we think they may right now?
Okay, go ahead.
I certainly hope that, that we don't see the kind of catastrophic tariffs that were being proposed. We did see recently that a U.S. court ruled that the application of some of the tariffs was unconstitutional. I hope the Supreme Court upholds that ruling because I think the president is using various tools that Congress has given presidents to pass tariffs in national emergency situations. But I hardly think that blocking Canadian steel or Canadian autos qualifies as a national security. That's just my humble opinion. I wouldn't come here to tell Canadians they shouldn't feel anxiety about these things. There's very real anxiety to be felt about this. But that being said, it's going to play out. We are negotiating the trade agreement in the spring. I suspect that the president has his eye on the supply-managed agricultural sector as his next target. That's anything that you can read in the news. My hope is that we can keep our borders open. I would like to see a resolution of the softwood lumber tariffs. I would like to see Canada continue to have its privileged access to the U.S. markets. And frankly, the United States has greatly benefited from their agreement with Canada. They receive our natural gas at very cheap prices. They receive our oil for very cheap prices. They would receive our softwood lumber at very affordable prices if they didn't have their tariffs on them. The integrated nature of our economy has been hugely beneficial for Canadians and for Americans. And so I think that, in terms of like the tariffs between Canada and America, I don't see a use for them. I do see it as a political tool designed to gain concessions. But that being said, I would always like to see us grow our trading relationship and grow our mutual prosperity. I am pleased to see that there is additional funding being put forward for our military. I think that is something that various U.S. administrations, both Democrat and Republican, have been complaining about. And seeing us invest in our armed forces, I think, is a really critical thing, not only for our own sovereignty, but to be seen as a powerful trading partner, as a contributing trading partner and ally in NATO. And so I think that is positive that we're doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanser. Any other questions, comments for the MP? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, MP Lloyd, for being here. Excuse me, I had a conversation with my students today about you, actually, and mentioned I may have the opportunity to see you this evening, and so they think I'm a bit of a rock star, and I have you to thank for that, so I appreciate your being here this evening. Do just want to touch on something you had mentioned, and that relates to some bail reform legislation potentially coming forward this fall. Certainly as a municipality, this is something that we've had lots of conversations about. We've had our detachment commander in chambers on a number of occasions talking about statistics for our region and how when known offenders aren't able to be held because of the leniency of some of our bail restrictions as a country, they know their numbers are going to go up and their members are going to be very, very busy with said individuals. And so certainly appreciate your willingness, as an individual, but as a party, to support that legislation if it's something that is good for Canadians. And I know there will be hopefully, I should say, a meaningful impact for our community as well when that happens. And so we appreciate your advocacy, certainly hear from residents. They're grateful for your availability and presence, and so grateful for you being here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other questions, comments? Going forward. Again, thank you for your time. Definitely appreciate the work that you have done in advocating for the town of Stony Plain. One of these questions I have to ask you is, again, we're coming up to an election, so again, talking to many of our residents, and quite a few seniors that I've been talking to are still worried about the phone scams. And they said with the amount of AI that we have with the telecommunications, when we can see that it's bouncing off 2 or 3 sites already, maybe those ones should be blocked. Like if it's a direct line coming in, no problem. But we can tell that it's been bounced around 3 times before it actually goes into the phone system. So is there a way that you can advocate for that so that our seniors do not get scammed as much as they're doing right now?
Yeah, this is a really, this hits close to home. I mean, we've had, in my own family, we've had a number of these the scams, successful and unsuccessful. And it's really terrible to see what people are doing, particularly to vulnerable seniors. And the sophistication of it, I think, is something that's very scary, where they're, I'm aware that, you know, I speak a lot publicly and that my voice could easily be replicated by artificial intelligence. And my grandfather was called recently by one of these scam artists, and said, "It's your grandson." And he said, "Oh, is that Dane?" And they said, "Yeah, it's Dane. I'm in jail and I need some money to go out on bail." And my grandpa said, "Well, you can stay there then." So, which is exactly the right call. So public service announcement, if your grandchild calls you and says they're in jail, they probably aren't, and you can tell them they can stay there. And always call somebody and talk to somebody. I think we need to work with our banks as well. I know that there are some work being done at the banks to educate tellers on, you know, seniors coming in who have never made a large withdrawal in their lives, and they're suddenly making a withdrawal for $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, and they're not saying what it's for because these scammers are telling them you can't tell anyone. That doesn't sound like any law enforcement agency that I've heard of. But then again, it's a digital age, and we need to ensure that we're protecting them. But I will look into this website issue. I mean, this is actually part of a piece of legislation that I mentioned earlier, the Strong Borders Act. Part of these online surveillance measures that the government, I shouldn't use the term online surveillance, but it's in result of a Supreme Court case, the Bayovets decision, which was made, I think in 2023, where a scammer scammed money from somebody, and you know, money goes through a payment system. So in this case, it went through Moneris. And the government, the RCMP asked Moneris for information about the transaction, and that enabled them to catch the person who was committing the credit card fraud. The Supreme Court, in a split 5-4 decision, ruled that Moneris had violated the privacy of this individual by providing that information without a warrant being obtained by law enforcement. This is one of those tough issues where it's like, what is the appropriate power of the state to seek out this information online? And I know from talking to the RCMP that obtaining warrants, particularly, you know, they use things called production orders, which are basically a quicker version of getting a warrant, a full warrant. But in some of these cases, they're getting information from the FBI related to child sexual abuse cases happening in our communities. And they're being told they can't use that evidence because it wasn't obtained with a warrant. And so I'm hoping that this legislation can address that gap so that we can use some of the critical information that's being shared so that we can not only go after, you know, these terrible sex abuse cases, but also those people who are, a lot of these are transnational criminals, call centers out of foreign countries that we need to shut down, and we need to keep them from operating in our country.
Thank you for that, and I definitely appreciate that commentary. Hopefully there's something, changes do happen, that we can, again, safeguard some of our seniors and some of our residents that are more vulnerable to scams. So thank you for that. I have a second question for you in terms of advocating for the town of Stony Plain. The town of Stony Plain has a application out for the Green Initiatives Inclusive Building Program, I believe. It is an application for $6 million. And that would be going towards our recreational center. So if you can check on that grant and to see what that is, I would appreciate a follow-up email from you.
Absolutely, and I am excited to see the ground like that you're moving forward with the recreational center, and I do promise to look into that funding and if I can do any advocacy on behalf of the town. Although it seems like you have been very successful in your advocacy over the past 4 years and getting some of that HAF funding and other things. So I'll continue to advocate and support any initiatives that the town has.
Thank you. And that success is definitely a team effort to members of council and administration and yourself. Make sure that we continue front and center to a lot of those funds in the grant programs. And my last comment is just want to thank you and continue to advocate for the Canada Building Communities Fund. The town relies on that, and many municipalities do as well. And we definitely appreciate the continued advocacy and make sure that continues to be in the budget, even though it may be a little bit tighter budget next year. And if you can also push for the updated population numbers as well. It's always good when grants are tied to population numbers, but when they use a census number from 2 censuses ago, well, it's not really updated numbers.
Yeah, and, one actually concern that a resident reached out to me is that there are, I suspect, a small subset, but a significant subset of people that don't want to fill out censuses because they don't want to share this information with the government, and it is leading to reduced funding for their communities. And so, just so people know that when you fill out a census, that population numbers go and directly contribute to how much your community is going to get in funding, and so it's important to fill that information out.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any more questions, comments? No. See none, thank you for your time, and have a good evening. All right, members of council, looking at our agenda, so moving on to number 5 is statutory public hearings. We have nothing scheduled tonight, so moving on to number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes. And this is for the regular council meeting minutes of August 25th. Councilor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the August 25th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, you have the opportunity to review them. Any errors, omissions, or questions to administration? Didn't see any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Right, so moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. We have nothing scheduled tonight. So pass that. Moving on to number 8, which is bylaws, which is bylaw for Assessment Review Board bylaw. Administration.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, Council must pass a bylaw establishing at least one assessment review board. The Town of Stony Plain is a participant of the Capital Region Assessment Services Commission Joint Assessment Review Board Initiative Program, whereas individuals are appointed to serve a one-year renewable term. This is brought to Council annually and was completed in February 2024. This bylaw was up for cyclical review, and as such, the bylaw has been updated with amendments within the MGA references and aligned with standardized internal procedures regarding bylaws. The intent of the bylaw has not changed and follows MGA requirements. Administration recommends the motions before Council for approval to establish the assessment review boards.
Okay, thank you for that. Members of council, so the non-red light version starts on page 22 of 135. So any questions for clarity and understanding to administration? Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it was very interesting to see this in council package. Please clarify. We used to have our own assessment review process, and then we moved to a place where it all went provincial. And local people, local councillors and people did not sit in judgment of the assessment review process in their own community. We participated in other areas. Many of us, I am one, who took the several-day course, was not necessarily easy, and traveled to downtown Edmonton to take this course over a number of days, passed the course and were ready to serve, but never had an opportunity to serve. Am I understanding from this that this process now is being reversed and being brought back to the local community to conduct its own assessment review process like it used to be? Is that correct? No?
Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard. So there's no change in the process. We do designate the commission as our assessment review board. That commission designates their board members annually, and that is approved by council. That board is formed annually and has requirements for educational requirements to be on that board, etc. And that is approved annually.
Okay, may I ask a question further to that? Mr. Mayor, is it, I actually do not recall that council has been informed when we have an assessment review process happening in our community. Are we in any way informed, or does that information rest with administration? And only if there is a change that comes out of that assessment review process, is it handled by them? Does anything allow council to be apprised when the assessment review process is completed, how many times we have seen these assessment reviews in our community?
Okay, that's a good question. Administration, how many CARBs and LARBs have been through our system?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard. I don't have that information with me this evening, but I can send that forward.
Mr. Mayor, would it be possible for the public to be informed about that? How will that come forward?
Definitely. We can actually have a verbal update at the next council meeting if that's required. Councilor Hansard, do you want that verbally?
Well, I think we're live streaming. If people watch this, and they do, after the fact, they're not necessarily all watching right now, then they have a right to know when council raises a question and we're going to get information in another manner. I think the public has a right to know what those answers are.
Okay. Thank you. So in addition to the email that's going to come out to council, can administration make that an opening comment at the next council meeting?
Yeah, Your Worship, we will find a way to ensure that the public is made aware of the response to that particular question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments to administration for clarity? I see none. Thank you for bringing this forward and updating, because I think the last time we reviewed this was in 2019. So again, definitely time to review them and make sure that we're in line with the new Municipal Government Act. So I'd like to appreciate the administration doing that. Yeah. See no more hands up. We'll go to Councillor Hansard for the motion for first reading, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move that Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2727 AS 25, a bylaw to establish the assessment review boards.
Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? I do not have any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor, first reading. That's carried. Councilor Anderson, second reading, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2727/AS/25.
Okay. Thank you. Comments, debate on second reading? Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. And then members of the gallery and those that are participating and watching online, if council does 3 readings in one sitting of a bylaw, then there has to be unanimous consent from the members of council that are here. So Councilor Lowry for the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2727/AS/25.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Okay. That's carried. Third reading, Councilor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2727/AS/25.
Thank you. For third reading, members of council, any questions to administration? Okay. Administration, any last comments? No? Okay, I see no. So I'll
Sorry.
call-
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Your Worship, if I may, I do have the information my staff has provided me.
Okay.
So just so we don't have to have follow-up and everyone can have the answer tonight. We haven't had an assessment appeal go to fruition since before 2012. So we usually have about half a dozen of appeals annually, but those usually get resolved before having to go to the board for that review. Thank you.
Thank you for that, the update, and appreciate the staff getting that quickly to us. So Councilor Hansard, it's 2012 since the last time we had a full appeal. Okay. Any other questions, comments, and debate on third reading? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to number 9, business items. So let's take a recess, and we'll come back in a few minutes to continue with our business items. Thank you. right, welcome back. Council has taken a slight recess. Now come back to our agenda, which is number 9. We'll deal with business items. And the first one is 9.1, which is the Engaging Youth Strategy. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to all of Council. I'm very pleased this evening to introduce Ms. Laura Stadnick to Council. This will be Ms. Stadnick's first presentation. She joined the municipality about 18 months ago as our lead for the mental wellness portfolio to cover a maternity leave, and last August stepped into the youth engagement portfolio. So a lot of activity has taken place with youth in our community over the last year, and Ms. Stadnick is here to share those updates with you tonight.
Thank you. Welcome to Council Chambers, Laura.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. In 2024, we began developing the Engaging Youth Strategy. From the outset, it was essential that this strategy be rooted in research and a deep understanding of youth development. It needed to be respectful of context, recognizing the important roles of home, family, schools, and community, and driven by youth voice, prioritizing the perspectives, lived experiences, and aspirations of young people. This foundation ensures that the strategy reflects the realities of youth today while staying relevant into the future. Building on Stony Plain's long history of youth engagement, we continue to offer programs and partnerships that reflect the changing needs of young residents. What began in the 90s and early 2000s has developed into an approach centered on empowerment, skill building, and connection. Through both long-standing and new initiatives, such as the GEAR program, the Stony Plain Youth Teams, and the Shikawi Exchange, we remain committed to inclusive opportunities for youth to participate, learn, and lead. When the Stony Plain Youth Center opened its doors 21 years ago, it created a safe space for youth to connect with peers, adults, mentors, and resources. Since then, services have continued to evolve while ensuring that positive connections to mentors, resources, and supports remain prioritized and accessible. From offering leadership and work experience opportunities through the Stony Plain Youth Teams, to expanding collaborative services with partners like Westview Primary Care Network, or PCN, to delivering programs in multiple locations to increase accessibility, our approach has grown alongside the needs of young people. Youth themselves have always been central in shaping programs and events, and reaching and supporting young people across the community continues to be a vital priority. Bringing decades of collaboration into a single engaging youth strategy strengthens our commitment to youth empowerment and positive development. The strategy must adapt alongside youth, evolve to meet their changing needs, and respond to an ever-changing world. We know that safe, trusted relationships with adults and mentors are essential to youth development and contribute to well-being, belonging, and resilience. Just as important is authentic engagement, ensuring youth have real opportunities to shape and participate in the services they receive while being recognized as valued members of Stony Plain. By integrating evidence-based frameworks, keeping youth voices at the center, and building an adaptive, responsive approach, this strategy supports a strong, resilient youth population who will grow into active and contributing adults. Ensuring that the Engaging Youth Strategy remains rooted in evidence and best practices, we're using the Developmental Assets Framework to inform its development. This framework was developed by Search Institute and is grounded in decades of research, identifying the supports and strengths young people need to succeed. Half of these assets are external, reflecting the relationships and opportunities they experience in their families, schools, and community. The other half are internal, representing the social-emotional strengths, values, and commitments nurtured within them. Research shows that the more assets young people possess, the more likely they are to thrive now and into the future. The Developmental Assets Profile is actively guiding youth programming, ensuring each initiative is intentionally designed to support asset development. Activities like Dungeons and Dragons help youth develop social, emotional, and interpersonal skills, while workshops such as Stay Safe and the Babysitter's Course provide important life skills. Programs like Community Helpers support mental wellness by equipping youth with the tools, skills, and resources to help their peers, and the Stony Plain Youth Events team engages youth in volunteering at community events, often running our mobile concession unit. Through the Stony Plain Youth Leadership Team, young people contribute their insights and perspectives while planning events like the Generation Celebration and Youth Day, ensuring their voices are shaping meaningful community experiences. Guided by the Developmental Assets Framework, we've identified 3 interconnected focus areas: belonging, empowerment, and leadership. Belonging fosters safe, inclusive environments and strong connections. Empowerment ensures youth have voice, choice, and opportunities to shape their lives. And leadership equips them to take initiative and influence positive change. Together, these focus areas strengthen both internal and external assets, helping youth become confident, resilient, and engaged contributors to their community. Belonging centers on creating safe, inclusive, and connected environments where young people feel recognized, supported, and valued. Rooted in the Developmental Assets Framework, this means building positive relationships, meaningful connections, and supportive settings that strengthen both internal and external assets. Belonging extends beyond just designated youth spaces. It's about ensuring that youth feel connected to the community as a whole. By raising awareness of youth development, recognizing our shared responsibility for inclusion, and strengthening collaboration among service providers, agencies, and community members, we build a community where every young person feels they belong. It also means equipping youth with the skills and confidence to engage meaningfully in different environments, while ensuring supports are in place to meet them where they are as they grow and develop. Belonging is cultivated through experiences that affirm each young person's value, reinforce their connections, and build confidence and skills. We support belonging through initiatives that build social competencies, provide training for volunteers, offer education and networking opportunities for service providers, and increase awareness of youth development across the community. Empowerment ensures that young people have voice, choice, and meaningful opportunities to shape their own lives. Identified directly in the Developmental Assets Framework, empowerment emphasizes that youth feel valued, are seen as resources in the community, and have the opportunity to volunteer or serve in ways that reinforce their importance. It also means that youth feel safe at home, at school, and in their community. True empowerment goes beyond simply offering opportunities. It requires that those opportunities are accessible, inclusive, and reflective of youth perspectives. Adults and organizations must listen, respond, and act in ways that create space for authentic decision-making and value those youth contributions. Empowerment is fostered when young people see their ideas put into action, when they hold real responsibility, and when they are trusted to influence the environments that shape their lives. We advance empowerment through active youth engagement and planning, the Stony Plain Youth Leadership Team, and training for both youth and adults on authentic involvement at decision-making tables, and by embedding this practice into how we operate as a community. Leadership focuses on equipping young people with the skills, experiences, and confidence to take initiative and influence positive change. Within the Developmental Assets Framework, leadership strengthens internal assets such as responsibility, integrity, and resilience, while also building external assets through mentorship, guidance, and real-world opportunities. Leadership extends beyond formal roles. It includes everyday moments when you step forward, solve problems, or support their peers. Pathways to leadership are built through mentorship, positive role modeling, and safe spaces for youth to practice and grow. Leadership develops when youth are encouraged to take risks, learn from experience, and celebrate successes, preparing them to be engaged, contributing members of the community. We support this growth through work experience programs like the Stony Plain Youth Events Team, Gear and Building Hope. Volunteer and practicum placements strengthen mentorship and positive role modeling, while programs like Community Helpers provide peer support training directly in schools and community settings. As we develop the Engaging Youth strategy, we grounded it in research and an understanding of youth development, recognizing the vital roles that families, schools, peers, and the broader community play. By prioritizing youth voices as the driving force, this strategy reflects the realities of today while remaining flexible enough to stay relevant into the future. The process began with data collection, community engagement, and administration of the developmental assets profile. Each of these efforts captured different perspectives, different groups of youth, different points in time, and different conversations. On their own, they're pieces of a puzzle, and together they create a more holistic picture of youth needs and priorities, forming the foundation of the strategy. Throughout 2025, we focused on solidifying this foundation by carefully documenting what we heard and learned, while continuing to deliver programs and events that evolved in response to youth input. The strategy emphasizes the three focus areas of belonging, empowerment, and leadership, and explores how we can best support asset development within each. This also means reflecting on where, how, and with whom we engage to ensure that all youth have meaningful opportunities to share their perspectives. Looking ahead, we have some exciting initiatives that include youth leadership training for both youth and adults, and some new social enterprise and skill building programs in development. These opportunities continue to expand the ways young people can connect, contribute, and grow. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. That was very informative. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
I need to get clear what you just asked for, Mr. Mayor. Is this an opportunity to ask administration questions only for clarity and understanding?
That is correct. That's just right after the presentation.
Well, I'm going to give it a go, if
Yeah,
that's all right with you. All right, first of all, thank you so much for this report. I was excited to see it in our council package, and there were very supportive councils along the way that helped bring the youth center into existence. Fortunately, after coming on council in 2001, I can remember walking about town and with the former executive director of FCSS, Christine Perina, trying to explore the possibility and the dream of where we could have a youth center, from very large places to very low, small places, not low, but small. And lo and behold, this building across the road came available, and I used my particular charm and push and was able to get a developer that owned that to make it available to the youth, even though that wasn't what he initially wanted to see in there. And it's been there all along. Many improvements have been made to the building, and I was looking for some things as soon as I realized this was in our package. One, the first part, I found a bit repetitive. The word empowerment, for instance, is used 23 times, and leadership not as many, and belonging 21 times. And I found myself sort of lost in the repetition and trying to sort out where it was going and what was this about, and what was it trying to tell me, and what was council being asked to do, if anything. By the time I hit the developmental assets profile report, I got excited because there I could see in a graphic way, with some interesting pictures, the application of all that's done through Family and Community Support Services, if I've got the right department, maybe I don't. Community and social, anyway, whatever you are general manager of, Lisa. I just wanted to say I was very excited about that piece because it does talk about the things that practical application and how it's affecting our young people and what the feedback from the young people is. That is so valuable. The other thing that I was hoping is that I was going to see some hopes or dreams or plans for what might be asked for in the way of improved space. Now, there may be meetings going on in the background. Some of that may be happening, but council may not always be aware of all of those plans until they get further along, and then a wonderful general manager will come forward and present to us, and then we'll realize there's been a lot of work. But we meet a certain number of needs through that facility with the number of children, young people, they don't like to be called children, that are engaged there. But the vital age that you're addressing through the youth center is very important. It's a time where many kids feel disjointed, disconnected, not belonging, and not important. And so every single thing that is done to ground them and help them to understand how valued they are in our society and our community is very important. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the great work that was done by Cheryl Constable in that facility and how she works so well with the youth and the wonderful way she involved them and put them out with the public with their popcorn machines and cooking hamburgers and hot dogs and being at the different festivals and events. It meant a lot. It certainly has meant a lot to council. Council always responded to that. Hardly any of us went away without eating a hot dog or popcorn or something and praising the youth. And I love the picture. I'm pretty sure I'm correct in saying that Councillor Anderson is in the back of a large group of kids acting a little crazy, which he can do at times. And that sort of, to me, spoke about the enthusiasm with which all members of council, this council and previous councils, have felt about our youth and the wonderful work that's done through that youth center. So are there any plans and hopes and dreams for a bigger space? Is anybody allowed to talk about that at this point? Or is it in the very, very early stages where it might not come to fruition? Because when I first engaged in this, I had hoped that my then fairly young teenage children might be able to attend a youth center in Stony Plain, and it didn't happen for them. And it didn't happen for my grandchildren. Now I've got a rank of great-grandchildren coming up, and I'm hoping maybe we'll see something here for them in that age bracket. But I'd like to know if there are really any ideas or talks or plans for what might become with a youth center expandable and made more available to address a diverse group of kids with diverse needs and still accommodate the home feeling, the belong feeling that is offered in our current youth center. I know that was a long thing, but I hope you're getting what I'm trying to get at. I want to hear, I guess, some kind of an ask, and maybe that's not what this report was for, but that's what council likes to hear, that there's something coming, and we are dreaming, and we are planning. So could you give us a hint about that?
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard, and your question, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Hansard and the rest of council. At this point in time, what we're doing is we're exploring with youth what it is they want Stony Plain to be for them, what services and supports they're interested in, what spaces they're interested in interacting with. And I think Councillor Hansard, Your Worship, referenced the repetition of a few keywords at the beginning. Those are concepts that youth have told us are incredibly important to them. And so as we put this report together, what we wanted to do was to make sure that the idea of empowerment, of leadership, were reflected in the documents. In terms of space, what we've heard from youth is that they do like a space to gather in. They like to be welcomed and invited to attend and participate in activities. But they also feel incredibly supported and welcomed into community spaces. And so we've done partnerships with the library. We've worked closely to use the Forest Green building to offer programs for youth. And they appreciate sort of the more structured environment there because it helps them focus on their learning when we're doing things like the babysitters program. And then we've also gone out to other community spaces and community agencies to deliver programming, and that is helping youth to feel connected to the broader and the larger community. And so when we have conversations about space in the physical building across the street, some of the conversations we do have are around, is the space safe for youth? Does it provide a welcoming environment? Does it provide enough access to things like technology or the services and supports? But we also have very thoughtful conversations and questions about who else in the community is a partner and a champion of youth, and how can we work together in order to ensure that youth feel connected to the rest of the community and all of the community. Another area of conversation that we're working towards is space at the new recreation center. And not to relocate there by any means, but how do we, as a community and as a municipality, ensure that youth engagement and youth services and youth activities take place in the broader reach of the facilities.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hassard, good?
That's good.
Thank you. Moving on to Councilor Plechko.
Thank you, Mayor Choi, to Lara, and can you hear me now? Thank you, Lara, for your great presentation tonight. I could sit here and echo exactly what Pat said. When I got on council, that was one of the big things, was the youth center here in the community, and wanted to see it grow. However, I think it's pretty much stayed fairly close to being the same as it was when I got on council, which for me is a bit unfortunate. And as I read through this, there was two things that come really to my mind, and I had to read this back twice to myself to make sure I was not missing something. So what I'm looking for is a couple of key importance that I feel I've missed within this report. One of them was, actually there's probably three things. One of them was the direction that we're headed with the youth center, or some guidance towards that. But I'm going to read you two things out of the report that really have me a bit troubled. And it's on page 44 if anybody wants to follow along. Both is elective participation, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to read a small portion of it. This limitation may skew the data toward the views of more connected or engaged youth, and does not necessarily reflect the perspectives of all youth in the community. And the other thing that got me a little bit was when I read the limited participation in diversity. While I understand that we're limited to the amount of people that come to it, I think we're also limited to the amount of people that want to come to it. So I think part of that was, when I was looking through this, I was looking for a direction as how we're going to be more inclusive within our community, because it says the results may not fully capture the nuances of youth needs, priorities, or challenges across the community. So both those two statements kind of tell me that we're still missing part of what we need to know to move that youth center forward. And yet, we talk about diversity, inclusion, and it's clear in the report, or at least the way I read the report, that we're missing that participation in it. I'm wondering how we get that. Had we maybe delayed the report a bit and gone a little bit more in depth in it to get that, or are we working on that still, I guess would be my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of more involvement, participation in surveys and...
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Plechko and the rest of Council. So the particular bullets on page 44 of your Council package refer to the Developmental Assets Survey itself. And so we held our first ever community-wide developmental assets survey in January, February of 2025. Through that survey, what we intended is to get a baseline, a beginning point for understanding what youth are saying and what they're feeling that they need. Prior to this survey, we had not done any larger scale consultation or investigation into what youth specifically needed. Prior to this report, our work had focused largely on the youth who were attending activities and programs within the four walls of the youth space. So this was our focused effort to try to bring a broader reach of youth perspectives to our work and our reports. I would suggest that next time we do the survey, the results will include more responses and will therefore be more diverse. I do see that, when we look at our youth programming, what we are seeing is a wide range of youth in the community. We do see, youth from different socioeconomic backgrounds, family situations, long-term residents, recent people who've recently relocated to the community, and so on. We also note that the youth that access services vary in age. So at some points in time, we have younger groups of youth, and at other points for other programs, the youth tend to be at one of the older age groups. Some of the partnerships with community agencies, such as the Westview Primary Care Network, target youth up to the age of 24. And so in that, we're working to support youth who are making the transition from youth to young adulthood. And, we know that youth are vulnerable at that stage as they enter young adulthood. We know that you heard MP Lloyd mention the youth unemployment rate. So some of the activities around youth work experience, leadership skills, those are all helping to support youth to become more focused on becoming leaders in the community and being able to secure employment opportunities. So what I would say, maybe more directly, Your Worship, to Councillor Palechko's question, would be that, in future surveys, we would expect to be able to generate more responses, be able to encourage community partners to be active in ensuring that the survey gets into the hands of more local youth and have a wider range of responses as we understand the developmental assets.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you. Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I go to my original question, just to follow up on what Councillor Palechko mentioned, when you talk about youth, you just had mentioned to the age of 24. But when I look at the original survey that was done within the four walls, it stated between 11 to 17. So and that 6 surveys were not included due to outside of age limits, incomplete. So my first question then is, for your engagement review, are you going to go from 11 to 24, as per MP Dane Lloyd had mentioned for youth, or are we talking still that 11 to 17 range?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Loynes and the rest of Council. So the Developmental Assets Survey is a North American-wide survey process established by the Search Institute. It has been calibrated up to the age of 17. So the Developmental Assets Survey itself would be intended for youth up to the age of 17. The engagement and public participation that we would undertake with youth up to the age of 24, or those in the young adult years, would be done through different streams. So through our partners, through focused conversations, perhaps one-on-one interviews or other survey mechanisms. In effect, engaging with those young adults the same way that we would with adults in the community, just with a focus on their transition from youth to young adulthood.
Okay, and if I can?
Yep.
And then going to page 50 in our package, where it talks about the constructive use of time and that scoring, having the weakest asset category of 25%. And you had mentioned earlier that working with other partners and community groups such as the library and things like that. I'm curious, since this report was done, where have we seen that increase, or have we seen an increase in that youth engagement of having better use of time?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Loynes. So I think it's important to note that the survey results are based around the youth's perceptions, not necessarily indicative of the amount of things available to do. So I think that's an important distinction to make. As well, we haven't redone the survey to have comparable answers specifically to that point. I would also say we have seen an increase in youth engagement and activities in different programs that we've offered. So I don't know if that answers anything. Sorry.
No, that's good. I appreciate that. Because I think back to some of the activities that we know we've been promoting throughout the year, such as like the movie, right? And it sold out, in quotation marks, as it was free within 24 hours, right? So seeing things like that makes me positive that we do have some engagement, as well as you do see things at the library like the Nerf gun fights and things like that, that quickly get booked up for space. So I was just wondering if we had seen some type of increase, but I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Move on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation this evening. I appreciate it. It's one that I was quite interested in what would come out of it. Yeah, I'd share a lot of similar opinions and some questions that have kind of popped up in my head. It is around the actual engagement. It is around how we are actually connecting in with our youth. And I know this is an engaging youth strategy, which is fantastic because we need a starting point. And I think this has kind of highlighted an issue that I wasn't really expecting, is that maybe we weren't actually as connected in and as engaged with our youth in the community as I'd hoped we were. You know, I was very surprised at the development asset survey numbers being so low. I mean, I just pulled quick census statistics, and in whatever, I think it was 2021 or whatever the last census data we have was, we had 2,325 youth from the ages of 10 to 19. So to only have 45 eligible survey responses basically in that same demographic for the asset part of it is, I mean, that's a very small sample size. So we talk a lot, and I've heard a lot of talk across the bench this evening about the youth center, the youth center, the youth center. I love the youth center. I think the youth center is fantastic. My children have attended the youth center. They've gone through the GEAR programs. They've gone through the Safe at Home programs, the babysitter programs, and all those things. They've been fantastic. But what I'm wondering is if we're starting to see too limited of an audience at the youth center. Are we struggling to connect with the youth in our community because the place that we are relying on for kind of the hub, I guess I'd call it, of that connection, maybe isn't capturing the youth of our community? And so I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about what do we do to connect with the youth outside of things that are centered from the youth center. You did speak a little bit about community partners, whether it's the library or that, but you know, we have facilities like the Tri-Leisure Center, we have facilities like our skate park, we've got, whether it be summer sessions, downtown Thursdays, those type of things. You know all about the GEAR program, the old back alley threads, the concessions, so on and so forth. But then in addition, and not to add too much onto one question, but many years ago, we eliminated the summer programs that the town used to run. And so I can't remember the names of them off the top of my head, but we did have many programs that the town actually facilitated, typically during the summertime, which brought youth together, which brought youth in, which kept them engaged. Can you talk a little bit about how not having those programs has potentially impacted things in our ability to engage youth and to have data in which we can actually utilize to move forward? So that's kind of the two sides. Number one, outside of the youth center and kind of those partners that you already identified, how are we making sure we do try to connect with and engage with our youth? And secondary, with the elimination of the programs the town used to run, have we created a gap that nobody has really stepped up to fill and that we've lost access to trying to connect in and understand the needs of the youth in the community through that?
Okay. Thank you. Go to administration.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council. So in terms of reaching youth outside the youth center, I would suggest that prior to Ms. Stadnick stepping into the role, yes, we were exclusively focused by and large on the youth that walked through the door across the street and accessed programs and services within those four walls. One of the tasks within the youth engagement portfolio has been to broaden that reach. And so some of the, I guess, more concrete tactics that are being taken are to increase program offerings to appeal to a wider range of youth. So things like the volunteer leadership strategy to engage youth, the ability to not just access work experience through the concession program, but to look to expand that to other social enterprises. We are working with Community Futures to understand what a suitable social enterprise that could do some training development for youth could be. We're also working on a strategy with, well, not a strategy, a program delivery with Volunteer Alberta in order to increase the leadership capacity of youth within the community and to work with the adults in the community so that they understand better how to involve youth within boards, committees, or leadership roles within their organizations. And so what does effective youth participation within an organization look like? And Volunteer Alberta is leading that process. There's training scheduled in September, time for youth and time for adults in the community to understand that. That's been a project that's been, I believe we started that in late November last year, and so this is the final stage of it. The other activities that we're trying to take are in those deep conversations with youth to understand what it is that would make a difference for them, where they would like to participate and be engaged with their friends and their colleagues. We know through our work with the Community Helpers Program, which is a program that is delivered in schools to support youth in understanding youth mental health better, that youth will go to their peers before they go to anyone else. And so we do believe that engaging youth and getting the understanding about where and how they would like to be connected can support them better. We do have very strong partnerships, I would say, with the school divisions, both Evergreen Catholic and Parkland School Division, in order to provide information and share different activities within the school system. Youth under the age of 17 still have, of course, strong parental connections, and so ensuring that adults within the community understand what youth needs are and what services are available is important because often parents still have, and other trusting and supportive adults still have a role to play in helping youth understand what options are available for them. And then the second part of the question where we talk about, where Councillor Laurie, Your Worship, asked about youth programs during the summer. So some of those programs where we made some operational decisions as a municipality to adjust those were more focused on younger age children, I would suggest, rather than youth. And so what we've seen is we've continued the youth summer programs, so summer field trips, summer fun trips, and things like that. Those tend to be fairly well attended, and they're an opportunity for youth in the community to do something different. The operational decision to adjust to the programs for children in the community, we feel have been provided through other service providers, so such as the TLC, Alberta Parenting for the Future, and so on. So I wouldn't say through the youth engagement portfolio that we've seen an impact on youth accessing our services and programs.
Okay, go ahead, second.
Thank you, and I appreciate those answers. So part of the question line is there's been a group, I'll call it, that has been out in the community for the last while, the Stony Plain Youth Network. And what I'm hearing a lot from our own community and social development is very similar to the work that I'm hearing that the Stony Plain Youth Network is trying to accomplish. And so I'm wondering, you know, they show our logo on their website as a partner, so obviously we have some type of a connection in there. But I'm wondering, are we duplicating? Are we actually taking separate lanes and trying to accomplish different things together? How does that roll in?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council. We do work with the Stony Plain Youth Network in I would say, a soft partnership relationship, in that we've attended some of their planning meetings. Sometimes there might be an enforcement official that attends as well. I don't believe there's duplication, and that's one area that, as community and social development, we work very hard to ensure that we don't perpetuate. Simply, we don't have the resources to do that, and so part of being an efficient, effective organization is ensuring that we are staying in our own lane. However, there are many youth in the community. There are many needs of youth. And there are youth who will choose to access services and supports in different channels. And as a municipality, one of the things that the department works to do is to ensure that we share information about programs and services that are going on so that youth and their families can choose which option is best for them. And so having a partner in the community that steps forward to deliver services and provide opportunities, from our perspective, is a very positive thing for Stony Plain and the youth and young adults within the community.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And then just on the final on that, is you kind of touched on the Tri-Leisure Center. Obviously, in hopefully 12 to 14 months' time, we should have our own recreation facility open and operating under the municipality here in the community. Have we begun to develop a strategy essentially geared towards the youth of what that recreation center means for the youth in this community, how we intend to activate that recreation center for the youth in the community, and where the youth in this community kind of fit into the whole plan of the recreation center?
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie and the rest of Council. I would say those conversations are at the very, very early stages. We would be looking at that as we move into 2026 and the staffing structure becomes more clear for the recreation facility. One bit of information that I will share is this summer, and last summer actually, we were very privileged to have been chosen for the Canada Summer Jobs Program that MP Lloyd mentioned. And through that program, we were able to hire a student to provide summer mentorship to our youth. That student happened to have a background in physical education and helped shift some of the activities in the youth center to be more recreation focused, still meeting the terms of prevention, but the difference in the youth that could participate and chose to participate are really positive things for the community. And so we do look forward to those conversations about, how recreation space could be used to support the objectives in this engaging youth strategy.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Again, I think I've heard it a couple of times about a starting point. I think we have a fantastic starting point. My biggest concern is the continuation of the momentum on that. And so I'm very, very hopeful that as the corporate plan is being developed and comes forward for the next council, being that it will be presented after the election, that we do see a continuation of that. And we do see a highlight and a focus on that as to how we make sure that we continue to move a youth strategy forward. 25% of our population is youth, and that will continue to grow. They're the next generation within this community. They're next generation of leaders in this community. We're seeing some socioeconomic issues and challenges that are coming up that we haven't seen in some time, and I think we have a great opportunity here to continue on the start that we've created to build a really good program that will be able to be cyclical and continue to work through the community for not just years, but decades to come. So thank you very much for all your work on this.
Okay, thank you. Comments? Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for the report this evening. Maybe try and stick along sort of some of the angles that Councillor Laurie was looking at in terms of, well, maybe it's, anyhow, the point is, just turning to page 59, I'm just going to read the paragraph there to help frame the question. Youth have an active role to play in shaping their own development. While community, family, and institutional supports are critical, young people also contribute to building their own strengths by engaging in meaningful relationships, participating in activities, setting personal goals and navigating challenges. Encouraging and supporting youth to take initiative, access resources, and explore opportunities is what I have a question about. And it's my experience, youth have lots of desire and lots of energy. They're usually lacking a little bit maybe on the organizational and the administrative end of things. So so the question is just that. How is it administration, what level of support are we going to give to their self-directed asset development?
Administration?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and the rest of Council. So one of the areas that youth services and youth programming has always been quite strong at in Stony Plain is the youth mentorship angle. And so what we do, what we have done, what we're doing, and what we're wanting to continue doing is providing that mentorship piece. And so that is not providing programs that you might see for younger youth, where they arrive and they do something that the adult has decided ahead of time, the adult has set out the equipment or made a bunch of rules up. What we want to do is to have a mentor and a youth leader to have that conversation with the youth about things that they would like to do, and then have youth as active participants in delivering and doing that activity. One example that I can share would be the Youth Sports Day that took place last year. And so that was a youth leadership-led project. It was not a project that the youth team sat down and did brainstorming on and made phone calls and scheduled things. It was a day that came to be because the youth had conversations about what they wanted to do. They wanted to do something active. They had conversations about what types of activities. They had conversations about where. We were able to allocate budget to them that they used to plan that day. And it's certainly not extra budget money. It was budget out of the originally planned initiatives categories. But the youth made those decisions. And so that's how we foresee supporting youth in their planning work. In terms of the future activities, say around the youth leadership, again, that is a key part to have them develop their skills in that supported environment by ensuring there's adults around them that can help them express their opinions and then can ensure that their opinions and their perspectives filter their way into programs and services.
Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, and secretly I kind of knew that that's how you were doing it, in a sort of a nice soft approach, and I like the idea of certainly them helping to deliver their own programs. I think that is a terrific idea. I do just have a follow-up question to that. In terms of helping guide, is there somebody assessing the quality of the initiative in terms of is there somebody assessing, is this a quality program they've come up with? And I imagine, I'm going to assume during conversations, that would be where the opportunity for that guiding mentorship to either punch it up or punch it down kind of comes in. Would I be correct in assuming that?
Go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and the rest of Council. So in terms of the youth-directed programs, what we're looking there is that for a successful program in our evaluation metrics are that the youth had the chance to be active, that the youth feel that their voice was heard and the rest of the youth around the table's voices were heard, that they were able to develop skills along the developmental assets lines. When we deliver programming that we invite youth to register for, one of our key focus for all of the programs within community and social development is that we're using a research-based focus. And so that means a program that has been developed usually, rarely as a program organically homegrown in Stony Plain. We work with programs that have been developed at a national level or an international level. And so they've got research behind them. They've been evaluated to show that the program will achieve its objectives. And then we will bring it to Stony Plain. A good example is the Community Helpers Program. And we'll bring that to Stony Plain and deliver it using Stony Plain-specific information and resources to ensure that youth are getting the value out of it for their community. So we do a blend of both approaches, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anything else?
a comment. Again, sounds great and wonderful. In fact, I think sometimes we learn a lot when we don't successfully pull off the thing. So to hear that we wouldn't just shut down a youth-led, what do we want to call it, a program, I think would actually be beneficial. We don't always have to hit home runs.
That's good comments, and I just wanted to point out to members of council, just recently we had the Youth Day that was planned by the Stony Plain Youth Leadership Team. And if those were following along, that was a day that was designed, created by the youth leadership team for youth. And from the people that I've talked to, I think Councilor Meyer was there and Councilor Loyens was there as well. The people that were participating, they had a blast. It was fun, it was great, and also the fact that the youth were involved to speak at it, to engage the other youth about welcoming them to the event, after the barbecue event, and then just engage them. How did you like doing all those stations, where like the Amazing Race kind of style, where they had to do events? And from what I heard from those participants, they enjoyed it. So hopefully there's another amazing day race with the youth again. I think that was very good for the youth. And again, you didn't have to register. You just knew the date. And, you know, we had people from Parkland County, Spruce Grove, and Stony Plain there as well. And when I asked them how they found out about it, is through the social media channels. And a few of them found out from because their child went to the youth center as well. So, so great advertising, cross promotion there. So looking forward to the next year's Youth Day. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly appreciate the conversation around the table. This is one I feel like I've been waiting years for, and I am thrilled that our youth engagement report is before us this evening. There's been some great dialogue at a number of questions, I think, that have been asked and answered, but I think deserve just a quick recall, if you will. Certainly, thanks to Councillor Pletchko for bringing forward the number of participants in the particular engagement. Councillor Laurie spoke to some statistics going back in our last census. At that time, the largest population cohort was 5 to 9 years old. That was about 6 years ago. So that is now the youth that we're talking about today. And if these statistics hold true, this 11 to 17 age group is our largest population cohort. And so certainly excited that this is coming forward in a very concrete way. I will say I have some experience in my professional life with the Search Institute, with the developmental asset survey specifically, and certainly can throw my support behind the research that exists and the methodology that they put in. And so I do have a couple questions, but please know that it's coming out of a place of wanting to understand where we're at and where we're going, because I see some really, really good things laid out here. The first question I want to ask is just the selection of the developmental asset survey. Why did we as a municipality choose to go with that one specifically? And just sort of a caveat there, I know the Search Institute has a number of different sort of asset-based surveys that are specific to communities, municipalities, schools, and so on, that also could have fit, I think, the youth engagement survey. And so just some quick thoughts on the selection of the developmental assets as sort of our measuring tool and our starting point.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Anderson. So the developmental assets profile was chosen in consultation with the Search Institute, knowing and recognizing them as a leader in youth research. That was where I had primarily gone for kind of looking at what tools exist. And then in conversations with their staff, this was what they had recommended as a good starting point for getting that baseline picture.
Perfect, and certainly straight to the source. I can appreciate that. To pick up on something Councillor Meyer had asked, just related to how do we evaluate the efficacy of the work that we're doing, and certainly that asset approach. If we were able to identify youth and measure assets beforehand and after, and, can we follow those trends? Not necessarily possible in our context, but, I do know the Search Institute, also has some program evaluation tools and those sorts of things that tie into the asset. And so as our youth engagement strategy flushes out, just really look forward to seeing how some of those other tools may or may not have a place in the work that you're doing. A second question speaks to stakeholder collaboration, and we've heard that several times in the presentation this evening. That's noted several times in the report that's before us. In the report, it does speak to the primary care network. There's been a couple of comments about Spruce Grove, Stony Plain Public Library, and so on. But maybe if we can get just a summary on how we engaged community stakeholders in the development of what we see before us. So we read it that it happened and that collaboration was in place, but how did that play out, and maybe what other community organizations were engaged in the process?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and your worship, through to Councillor Anderson. We work with a number of different community partners, including the Stony Plain Public Library, Alberta Parenting for the Future, Westview Primary Care Network. And so some of the engagement was done through collaborative events like the Youth Speak Summit. I've also engaged with our Community and Social Development Roundtable. We engaged with other partners during Youth Day. We had YMCA there as well. And so some of those are in larger conversations. We're also engaging with other departments within the town of Stony Plain and having engagement there as well.
Perfect, thank you for that. Oh, did I interrupt? My apologies. Councillor Laurie had alluded to the Stony Plain Youth Network, and we heard some of the connections there. But we've also heard over the last couple of years from organizations like Parkland Young Life, as an organization that's been active in the area for quite some time. They primarily have based their programs out of Spruce Grove because they haven't been able to find facilities that meet their needs in Stony Plain. Their last strategic plan actually identified Stony Plain as sort of a key area that they wanted to break into, that they saw an opportunity here for them to get engaged. The Stony Plain Youth Network, Big Brothers Big Sisters of Parkland, school division we did briefly here, but we have school resource officers, we have the Youth Justice Committee, and so on. And I think one of the approaches that CSD often talks about is leveraging the experience, the expertise, the program offerings, and so on of the other organizations that are within the community. And that's something that I think as the strategy moves forward that bears some dialogue and discussion. I know a number of years ago we had sort of a summit with, if you will, a sort of a Christmas services summit. And the idea was we have lots of organizations providing services around the Christmas holiday, and how do we bring everybody together to eliminate some duplicity and sort of make sure that everybody is taken care of. And this is one of those things where I wonder if there is a place for that type of a youth summit to say we have all of these service agencies in our community, we have all these groups that are looking to get connected that maybe just haven't found the next piece of the puzzle that they need. And so certainly, to borrow a quote, but that journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And my comments this evening in no way, shape, or form are meant to degrade what's before us, because I think we have a phenomenal start to our strategy. But I do share the perspective of some of my colleagues around what's next. I think the general manager mentioned just continuing to explore with youth where and how they want connection. And that really struck a chord for me, because we do have, and I apologize, may not be a popular opinion, but we do have our youth center. But it's a little bit out of the way. It's not in a high youth traffic area. And the question, I don't remember who asked it, maybe Councillor Laurie, but, you know, is that the right amenity in the right location to be actively engaging in youth? If we look at some of our neighboring municipalities, their youth programs are often connected to a high traffic area. Directly to the east of us, it's their wheeled sports park. It's their, you know, Central Park Rotary Park where there's traffic coming through, and it allows their youth programmers to engage with youth on a continuous basis. And I've wondered for some time if the location is right for what we're trying to accomplish. And so I do appreciate the general manager for sharing those comments. The other thing that I think I really appreciate about this is that it's a 2-year plan. You know, 2025 through 2026 into 2027, because it is a start, and I think we're going to learn so much through that engagement process with our youth, with our community partners, that I think 2 years allows us to gather some data. We talked about being data-driven and research-focused, and I think that really will allow us to frame our next steps together as a municipality, and what the town of Stony Plains' role is in that, and how we contribute to a broader overall youth engagement strategy. And so, you know, if 2 years from now we hear that this youth center is what the youth are looking for, and we're going to be able to leverage that, I think that's fantastic. But certainly if that engagement flushes out, that we need to rethink what we've done to better engage as we move forward, I think that's something that we as council need to carefully consider. And so certainly excited to see this, appreciate the role that's been played in bringing this forward to council, and really look forward, you know, whether it's as a member of council or a community member, seeing how this moves forward in the next few years and what our steps, next steps are. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Okay, since we've gone around the horn once, I'll ask a couple questions before we go around to second rendition of council members' questions and stuff. So my first one is in terms of some of the commentary over there in terms of youth programming. Definitely supportive of the youth programming being outside of the four walls of the youth center. I think you know, there are some programs that need to be within those walls, and there's also a lot of programs that need to be outside of those walls to engage the youth. So definitely hearing about the collaboration with the Stony Plains Public Library, the APFA, and Westview Health Center, it's good, because I think we need to go and reach where the kids are and not just wait for them to come to us. So in terms of going forward, is there more activities that are planned where we can engage youth in other areas besides those? Like I didn't see anything about the skate park or the bike park. We set up a pop-up tent there one evening where we just engage the youth at those locations so that we can get some of that feedback from those youth.
So we have run programs. Over the summer, we had park adventures where we were setting up at different playground locations around town. We've offered programs with the senior center. We are looking at different options and where makes the most sense. We're also talking with youth to see where they're interested in going and what things and what locations they are looking for. So that's kind of always in progress and always in continual review and discussion.
That's good. I'll look forward to those different events coming up over the next couple of years as well. Okay. In terms of next question, we recently had a youth summit where the youth were able to speak out and talk to other individuals of the community and listen to some couple guest speakers. And I think one of the comments in the presentation was really good. It said, you know, usually when you hang out with friends, you don't get to talk about some of those deeper issues. So that was a great opportunity for them to, you know, talk about issues that were not generally talked about amongst youth. So is there any planning for the next one?
Plans are currently in development.
Okay, thank you. And with that, just another question then I had actually written down here too. I noticed the number of survey respondents. So in terms of, like, I don't know the Search Institute, but obviously you do and a couple members of our council do. So in terms of getting the baseline, there's no suggestion of engaging the youth at the schools? Because I think there's a lot of youth in those schools, so if we can engage them, will we get a better baseline for our next step forward?
Your Worship, so when we undertook the survey, we decided to start it in January, February. In hindsight, perhaps that was not the best time to start it, given the school schedules and things like that. So when we redo the survey to, augment that baseline and get a better understanding of it, we want to be able to take the long-range view and the conversation with the partners about when they think the best time to engage with youth is. The other survey that we undertake as a department is the Housing and Service Needs Survey, and that has been structured to be an every 2-year survey done during the month of October. And so, we're moving into the 4th iteration of that survey, and through the 4 times, then we've built up those partnerships to expect it and anticipate it. My hope as we move through this youth engagement work is that we would be able to develop that community expectation and community buy-in and participation to be part of the surveys. I would, sort of echo what the community development officer shared around, I think there's a lot in development. There's a lot that is on the table. I would say nothing is off the table at this point in time in terms of the best way to do that. One of the reasons we did proceed with collecting the data, publishing the data, producing a report, and having conversations with youth is we wanted to ensure that the youth who did participate understood that Stony Plain very much values their perspectives, and that just because there was limited response, that it wasn't a response that we considered not valid. And so the work that we'll do will help us to validate or add additional perspectives to the information we did get. So I say this is a continued work in progress. We will work to increase the numbers. We will use our community partners to help understand better how we collect more data.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Going back to members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding on the presentation? Okay. See none. Thank you very much for the presentation. And definitely, as you can see by the questions and definitely the comments from our staff, this is a passion of our community, is make sure that we look after the youth of our community and the surrounding community. As I mentioned here, they are our next future leaders. So if we don't get them empowered, we don't get them to leadership positions, or we don't give them a sense of belongings, they will not be the leaders of the next future. So they will be the children that we have to take care of and look after, and so we don't want that. We want to make sure, as CSD's mandate is for a lot of preventative measures. So get them involved, get them engaged, and get them feeling that they belong in our community. So thank you for that. Okay, moving on with the motion then to accept the information. Deputy Mayor.
Town Council accept the engaging youth strategy for information.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion to accept for information? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just forgot to mention this earlier, but it would be awesome if we could have a youth or two or a small group come and chat with us, tell us about the work that's going on, whether it's the leadership team. I know there's some leadership planning coming up over the next little while, but would be certainly great to have them here, put some faces to name, so to speak, and to hear from them directly. And so I know other council members have echoed that at different times, but would love to see them here at some point. So.
Thank you for your comments. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion to accept for information? Okay, see none, call the question. All in favor? That is carried. All right, let us move on to 9.2, which is the snow removal and ice control policy. Go ahead, administration, when you're ready.
Thank you, Worship and Council. Just before the manager gives his presentation, I did just want to point out, I know it might seem a little early to be thinking about snow and ice given the weather outside right now, but this is something top of mind for our Public Works crews. While in the background, they are currently getting everything ready. We've been very fortunate over the last year. We have a very strong a series of crews over at Public Works, as well as a supervisor that's been with us for a year, and one of the things that I asked him when he started here, and I know our manager has as well, is to really take notes about what he's been seeing and what he would like to work with the manager and myself about changes that he sees could really benefit the community. He did go through, we went through a couple of interesting challenges last season with the ice and some other issues. So the policy that's before you tonight is for consideration that it really does envelop a lot of this team's experience, the past experience that's worked really well with the town as well as the manager's time on it. So we do want to do a good job with this. We're excited to have this dialogue with council, and we look forward to working this policy into the season.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is an update for 2025 for the CPC Public Works 4042 Snow and Ice Control Policy. Overview of this policy update is an introduction, policy review, changes, research that we've completed, recommendation, and a time for questions. The introduction, policy sets rules for how Public Works manages snow and ice removal on the roads, walkways, and parking lots within the town of Stony Plain. Of course, it covers all public roads and walkways. The goal is to provide the highest value service to residents in an affordable and sustainable manner, using current staffing, equipment, and budget. Levels of service recommendations for changes that we have encountered over this last couple of years of changes. We did see that there was all of the plowing was in one section of the policy. So it did not separate plowing and removal. So one of the, in section 4.4, the outline to plow has been removed into a plowing and removal have been separated. So you'll see 4.4 being plowing of arterial schools and collectors, and then 4.6, which is the snow removal sections to downtown businesses. The second item that we're recommending is plowing of arterial school zones and collectors, just reducing the time with the current amount of equipment and staffing. The timing that we had in our current policy was exceptionally long. So we would like to recommend lowering those on a plowing basis and no changes to the 5 centimeters compacted snow removal downtown. We did include in this procedure in sort of packed snow measurement clarifications where we are measuring 10 centimeters of packed snow in public lanes for collectors and in drive lanes for residential. And then snow plowing storage, we did pull into the procedure on boulevards, height restricted to 1 meter, but also in parking lanes within 10 centimeters of packed snow. So off of collectors, we did put into this policy that we will be being able to push aside to make sure that collectors are clear. Research, we did do research with other comparable communities, and the plowing changes, we do see that it's currently 48 hours to clear arterial and school zones, 96 hours for collectors. We are proposing a reduction in arterials and collectors and keeping school zones exactly the same. Snow removal downtown, remaining current 5 centimeters packed snow removal. This was a change also due to the infrastructure upgrades that were done in our downtown area. With the bulb outs that we do have on our downtown space, we cannot go through and plow those areas. They do have to go in and actually pull the snow and remove them. So that's a level of service that we have been doing of removing snow right downtown since that improvement has been done. So this policy update does change that to recognize that. Residential and alleys, currently 10, we recommend staying the same at 10. Our comparables, as you see, we have some, especially in our alleys, they're significantly higher. Recommendations. Ice control traffic safety is our focus for ice control, being sort of a chemical and mechanical improvement on ice control. So we do try to get at salt and mechanical removal. We do focus on the priority roads, arterial, school zones, and collectors to get those cleared, and then residential to address traffic safety. To remove ruts is the main item that we do in that location. If there's rutting or if there's up to stop signs, we will make sure that ice control does occur on an ongoing basis. Downtown and downtown alley snow removal. So downtown snow removal is recommended to be adjusted away from a plow to an actual removal. We also did not have any indication of alley removal in the downtown area. So this isn't a recommendation from Public Works to include downtown alleys and priority traffic alleys into this procedure, just so that we do hit those alleys on a regular basis for our business community and those folks that have alley access as their primary ways into their residence. Snow removal will occur at 5 centimeters accumulation, and downtown alleys and primary access alleys will be cleared at 10 centimeters of packed snow. To ensure a prompt response, collector and school zones plow asides, so this one I had mentioned before, we do want to be able to clear as quickly as possible right down to the drive lanes, and collector and school zone snow removal would occur at 10 centimeters packed snow. Interface with Alberta Transportation provincial contractors, so our major highways through our community are still owned by Alberta Transportation, so highways 16A, 779, and 628. Those 3 roads are still with highways, and my staff has an ongoing relationship with both the Alberta Transportation and provincial contractor, and we sit down and have regular communication with them to make sure that we have a path and mechanism to get information back and forth. Trails. Parks and Leisure Services has set the trails rinks operation priorities. Trail clearing of school areas, trail clearing of other areas, skating surfaces are third, and then going back sanding and garbage collection. And they're looking at a 3-day removal for all snow after a snow event. Next steps, council decisions to approve the snow and ice control policy. Implementation, the town staff will implement this policy for 2025 and reviewed as per the corporate process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation on the snow and ice removal control policy. Going to questions for clarity and understanding. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Going back to page, I'm just pulling it up right now, the lead sheet for this, where it talks about the town's, how's it worded? On average, it can take 2 to 3 weeks to do a full resident removal, and that the operations manager has the authority to initiate an earlier clean out before the 10 centimeters. I'm very curious as to how often this manager has activated that policy of ahead of 10 centimeters.
Go ahead.
In the 2 seasons I've been here, we did start that snow removal ahead of that 10 centimeters. We did this last year after the snow events in early December. We just before Christmas, to make sure that we weren't impacting that holiday season, we left the snow and came back and started clearing in January.
Okay. And with that, then, Your Worship, through you to administration, in the 2 years that the manager's been here and he's activated both years, why is it that we leave it at 10 centimeters?
Go ahead.
Through Your Worship, through Deputy Mayor and all of Council, with snow and ice control policies, we like to set clear triggers and expectations with the community so we can talk to our crews about meeting them. There's a number of things that I know our teams look at beyond just the snowpack. So there's you can have a snowpack that's coming up close to that trigger point, and you might be seeing some snow coming in on the way. There also could be seasonal changes. So if we anticipate that there's a good timing, say we're getting close to that trigger, but we haven't quite triggered it, but we know there's about to be some fluctuations in some weather, hot and cold, that could make the natural trigger point a lot more challenging than some potential professional judgment and early start. Those are some considerations. There's always an intent to make sure that we're not doing too early of a trigger. But we're also ensuring that we're going to be able to deliver a good service within the community, and also ensure the roads are cleared to a way that the residents of business can function within the town. So there is the people who are operating this policy are very cognizant of that. These are not cheap operations to perform and activate. So there's a level of discourse that goes from not just the manager, but to myself and the CAO as well, as when we're considering anything as well.
Okay.
Can I go again? Thank you. And then continuing along the lead sheet where it talks about meeting the challenges, it talks about to contract out certain activities to remove snow quicker without increasing staff levels. And I'm trying to guess that's to do with the 24, 48, and 72-hour new policy potential change?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Loynes, yes, that would be for staffing.
Okay. And then, again, further down on that, we talk about how there's a possibility to come back with no parking zones for clearing, more so than just the no parking on snow removal days. Understanding that it isn't ideal to have a tag and tow because of waiting for tow trucks, but I'm very curious as to my example being along Fairways Drive, where our graders go around vehicles quite often. And what happens is then we get an impact of snow the distance of a car out. And then that said car keeps parking further and further into the road because of the buildup of snow. So my question to administration then is it a better option to wait for a tow truck, or is it a better option to have the snow and the car be further out to the main part of the road?
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Loynes, currently the way that we manage the snow is strictly with no parking signage. If there is interest for us to improve our signage, and there is always the ability for Traffic Act tickets, we could do as part of a different process.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor and all of council, I'll just add to that. Parked cars are never ideal when you're doing a service like this. The town and its staff do a lot of effort through our communications group, through our on-site signage, to neighborhood notifications as best we can. And ultimately, there is going to be a group of people that, for whatever reason or not, are unable to move their cars. Some people work from home predominantly. Maybe they don't go outside very often. There are others that maybe just, they got home late, didn't see the signs, they left and there wasn't a sign, the other was, and then they thought maybe they could park. I can only speculate the reasons. We do, so there is the ability, I mean, it's in the lead sheet, that we're exploring ways to improve enforcement of this. One particular part is the signage itself. So trying to best notify the residents that there's intent that we will be using enforcement actions that we have. We don't like to go to tag and tow for a number of reasons. One, it's operationally cumbersome for the crews to wait for a tow truck or even have a tow truck and tow, move it. There's also the matter of when we do these, and I refer them as courtesy tows, they can be problematic for our residents, and the downstream effect with the follow-up that can come from residents as well is also the issue with you move someone's car and where'd you put it, who notifies them. Those are things with solutions, but there are generally reasons why we don't like to do those. So something that I know the CEO and I have talked, as well as the general manager to my right here, is how can we maybe do a better job of the enforcement with the tagging. We're looking at those right now. We're looking at the signage. We're looking at ways to get those out. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like I said at the beginning, we do have good staff that, and as you mentioned, are able to work around these parked cars. A number of them have been doing it for years. They know how to work around them and do the follow-ups as best they can when they have the capacity. So it's the best of a bad situation, but ultimately we would like it to see improve.
And I have two more questions, Your Worship, if I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Point 3, under the meeting the challenges, we talk about the idea of moving to a 7-day-a-week cleaning, similar to what Beaumont and Spruce Grove do. Do we have a cost estimate as to how much that would be instead of the 5 days a week?
Okay, go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Loyens, this would be something that, if there was interest, we could bring it into an upcoming corporate plan.
And then my last question, when we talk about clearing the snow on Main Street, all the businesses, or I won't say all, majority of the businesses there don't have a place to put their snow. So we see them on the snowy days throwing it into Main Street itself, causing more of an issue for that buildup of snow as people are driving to school or to work or anything like that. So my question is the 48 hours going to be enough for that buildup where we're not causing more traffic impact delays?
Administration.
Through you, Mr. Mayor to Councillor Loyens. On a snow event, our priorities, of course, are arterial collectors and school zones. Those three, we want to hit absolutely first and make sure that we're serving those. And then that 5 centimeters coming back after the event, and of course, our snow and ice policy kicks in after the event to come by and clear downtown on that 5 centimeters accumulated snowfall and remove it.
Right, but when businesses are throwing snow into the road, we end up with more snow than what was already coming down. So my question becomes, even though the example would be SML is just off of Main Street, the libraries are in the corner of Main Street, right? They shovel the snow into the roads, causing more issues for the bus that has to go through, even though it's not technically the school route, or the parents that are taking their kids to the daycares along the road and things like that. So my question is, where are those businesses either supposed to put their snow, or what are they supposed to do, or in order for clearing, because it just ends up in the road causing more of a buildup?
Okay, go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Loyens, currently the design of downtown is that there is no snow storage. So the location that we have is the road itself that we come in and remove on a regular basis.
Okay, I'm just going to follow up on that question then, because I think the question does, because it's a service change for downtown residents and downtown businesses. So is it possible to have the downtown cleared after the collectors are done? So instead of saying that they can pack it there and we'll come back when it's 5 centimeters packed, let's just focus on moving people around. So 100% agree with the Cherry Rose within 24 hours, school zones within 48, collector roads within 72. Then after that's done, then we address the downtown and business areas, because that is correct, because the more snow that comes, I do a lot of shoveling downtown, and we just push it onto the street, and I end up pushing it into the drive lane so it gets packed down. But if you don't do that, it just packs up everywhere, and now we have other issues that are created by not clearing the main street.
Yeah, Your Worship, if I can maybe provide a bit of comment, and certainly speaking to my time and what I've seen occur. So I think what we should just be clear with council, the numbers, the dates, the times, the 48 hours, the 72s, or whatever you want to call it, up to 3 days. I mean, what we're essentially doing is setting what would be in most ways, like the minimum target. Like again, up to 3 days. That doesn't mean it's going to take 3 days every single time, or we're going to, wait until it goes to 3 days. What we're saying is that, trails as an example, as council's well aware, staff are out in there going ahead, in the mornings after those snow events. And I think when we speak about the downtown specifically, I think, the observation is absolutely accurate. That's what happens. I think for the most part, good fortune, a lot of the downtown businesses over the years are very quick to get that snow out there and move it off the sidewalks allow for pedestrian traffic and so on and so forth. And I think, again, as the manager's indicated, these are the minimums that we would look to do, or these would be the least, I guess, service level, I would say, would be the other way I could frame it or say it. I know in different times, different situations, we've authorized other forms of pickup or cleanup, a couple, sometimes just specifically on Main Street, or we would be close to, and again, situational. We know Christmas tree light-up's coming, so we're going to do a couple extra, cleanups around the downtown, so on and so forth. So although, just to be clear, we're talking about what would be I would say the minimum. I'm not sure if the word is the minimum or the maximum standard, but what I guess we're saying is that it would be no more than 5. It could be less than 5, but it would be no more than 5 that we would trigger those removals. So I'll just stop there, Your Worship.
Okay, so then the 5 centimeters, most of our calculations are based on drive lanes when we measure residential roads. But we know in the downtown, the way it is designed, the drive lanes have less snow than the parking areas. So if we measure as a maximum of 5 centimeters before we clear it, then on the other side of it, where people are parking, you're looking at least 10 centimeters because all the snow goes to one side, which goes towards the buildings and towards the sidewalk. So in the downtown, are we measuring drive lanes like we do in other places, or are we measuring parking stall areas?
To Mr. Mayor, in downtown, we're measuring accumulation. So if there's 5 centimeters of falling snow, that's the target at this point in time.
Thank you. And thank you, Council, for letting me add on to those questions from Councillor Loynes, our Deputy Mayor. Moving over to Councillor Plechko.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Thank you, Administration, for the report. I know everybody wonders why we see a snow report, but it's Alberta. Today it's plus 40, tomorrow it's minus 40, and we got the snow shovels out. So just be prepared, and I'm glad to see that you're getting towards the preparedness. I do have a couple of questions related to page 117 and 118, and I'll start with page 117 first. You talk about access alleys were cleared at 10 centimeters of packed snow. But you also talk about roadways cleared at 10 centimeters of snow. Here's my concern. For the last 2 years, the back alleys just off of 779 out by the Red store have 5 vehicles that drive up and down it, and we have 10 centimeters of packed snow in 2 days. On our main roads, not necessarily our main roads, but our side roads, we take 2 weeks to get 10 centimeters of snow because we have 30 vehicles going up and down that. Who's making the determination as to when that 10 centimeters gets checked?
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Plechko. The measurements are done by the supervisor of roads with the measurement tool. So we actually do take those measurements and record them in the drive lanes. So the downtown back alleys would be checked on a number of locations and logged.
Okay, if I could, I'm looking for clarity on that aspect. I get somebody's going out to do it, but when you drive down the side road, today I drive down the side road, it doesn't look like I need it. But I have 3 residents stuck in the back alley because we have 10 centimeters of snow. At what point in time, what is the trigger that gets the individual out of the office to check those areas to make sure that the 10 centimeters of snow in the back alley is 10 centimeters opposed to the 10 centimeters on the side of the road?
Go ahead.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Plechko and all of Council. As the CAO mentioned, these are the targets that we aim for. so there's a couple of things there. One, some of those alleys that I believe you're mentioning we did work to identify them specifically. I think there's a map on page 99 that actually talks about some of those alleys that I think you're referring to. The second part, in terms of who notifies, well, there's a couple ways. So there is the formal policy and triggers that we're talking about tonight. But in the time that I've been here, I know that when, we've had some complaints from residents and that have gone to staff, they've looked at ways to support those areas that are seeing maybe some more problems that you're mentioning. It doesn't necessarily mean that they can always do a full removal in those locations at the time, but I know our crews have gone out to support others in between operations if they're saying, okay, this area is having a little bit more problems, how can we help in between some of the more major operations? So the staff we do get feedback from the public during the snow period. Those are reviewed with the supervisor and the teams about what they have to do as per the policy and what they're going to be able to do in between. And they do take those into consideration. So there's other ways for them to hear that feedback besides just what the policy says.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. If I could.
Go ahead.
So my second question is related to page 118. At the bottom, when you talk about interface with Alberta Transportation and Provincial Contractor, you talk about 779 and 628. My curiosity is getting the better of me. 779 and 628 east belongs to the province. 779 and 628 to the west belongs to the town. What is the interface with the town doing the roadway with the provincial government?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Platt. The 628 to the east of that is town clean. So we actually do have a wing grader does do the 628 section to the east out to Range Road 12. That is town owned. To the east of 79th Avenue is Alberta Transportation responsibility. So though that location where 7-Eleven is the cutoff point for the plows for Alberta Transportation to stop. So we are doing that location.
Okay, so 628 east is done by the town staff from Highway 779, and it is a priority road 1, so it gets done within the first 24 to 48 hours. Is that correct?
To Mr. Mayor, yes. So plowing is the level priority 1.
So, well, I must be backwards. But I live west of town, yes. And that's a portion that I'm talking about. We're referring to east. Do we do east as well of 779 towards Spruce Grove?
Through your worship to Councillor Palechko, you are correct that Highway 628 from Highway 779 out to the easterly boundary is the provincial contractor. And everything to the west towards Range Road 12 from the intersection interface is where the town would look after.
Thank you for the clarity. So, and how do we tie those two together so that they're being done at the same time if you're talking about interface with Alberta Transportation?
I'll let the manager maybe speak to some specifics, but I know in the past there's the work that the town's going to do. We do communicate with Alberta Transportation. I know generally there's the rough handoff point is somewhere around the stop line at the intersection of 779. But I know the crews exercise some judgment. They're not going to go do Highway 779 and cross it, but I do know that they'll exercise some judgment around that location, make sure that they've swiped it off as best they can before they move on. But I know that the manager's been talking with the Alberta Transportation contractor, and maybe he can add to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Palechko, we do have a communication meeting with sort of a seasonal start meeting with Alberta Transportation and their crews. And then we do have an ongoing conversation with my supervisor and the supervisor from the Alberta Transportation's contractor on a regular basis for those connection points that we do have with the Alberta Transportation.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Councilor Pletchko. Before I move on there, so I'm just looking at page 98 of our package. So in terms of the proposed service level changes, I'm just wondering, there is no additional map to show those changes. So I was just wondering if council can get that map? Because if we're looking at those changes, it still has downtown as zone 3, which we know is no longer that if council approves the new policy. So it'd be, I think it'd be, excuse me, I think it'd be appropriate to have a map that shows that if we're talking about the changes.
To Mr. Mayor, the map that we're showing here is our plowing map priorities. So that they being downtown being a removal on a different time frame. So we can create that map, a removal map, and provide that. But at this point in time, the map that we're showing is sort of the removals and then down below the downtown alleyways.
Your worship, that's something we can clarify. I'm looking at the page you referenced there, and it's something that I know the manager and I have talked about with the plowing and removal, so that's something that we can clarify post this meeting.
Okay, thank you. Move on to Councilor Laurie. Yeah, but when you pointed to, I forgot it was coming this way still. No, Councilor Hansard, Councilor Laurie had his hand up before you, and then Councilor Anderson notified me that your hand was up, so I pointed to you that I acknowledged that your hand was up. Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, snow. Everyone's favorite. We've talked about a couple things. I think one of the most frustrating things that I find in this is, we've heard year over year over year over year of residents' dissatisfaction, and what I've always tried to gauge is how that compares to the services in other municipalities, because I think we could be out there plowing 24/7 and may not still hit everybody's desire, like expectations, so on and so forth. So when I looked at page 116, it's where I started to get a little bit concerned. We're making improvements, which is fantastic. Our plowing changes for arterial is reducing by 50% from 48 to 24 hours, but the comparators are 8 to 24 hours. So it puts us at the bottom end of the comparators. Our school zones are currently 48 hours and remaining unchanged, but the comparators are 8 to 24 hours, making us twice as long as the longest comparator. Our collectors are being reduced from 96 to 72 hours, but our comparators are 16 to 48 hours, meaning we are still significantly longer than our comparators. So where I'm challenged in this is I don't see a single potential proposed dollar figure anywhere on what it would look like to increase to the minimum level of our comparators. And so while I know snow removal is expensive, I don't have any idea through this report what that actually equates to in a cost of what it would take to bring us to the baseline bottom level of our comparators. I appreciate the increases in the enhancement in the service that we've seen in the policy that have been done within the current budgetary dollars. I think that's fantastic. I think it's great for us to be able to improve our service within those dollars, but nowhere do we actually understand what it looks like to bring us up to that bottom line. So just a simple question. Do we have a dollar figure somewhere that didn't appear in this report that would be, this is how much operating we would need in order to bring us to this minimum standard of our comparators?
Go ahead, Administration.
Through your worship, the Councillor Laurie and all the council, the short answer is no, we didn't do a financial exercise on what it would take us to meet the question that you're asking. One goal that I know myself and the manager here, when we talked about when we were going through this policy, was we want to bring this policy up to what we can do right now, and look to integrate the comments that we hear from council and the community in the best way that we have right now. So through this process, no, we didn't look at how at this juncture how we could scale, what it would take to scale up to different levels. That's something we can contemplate. Into the future here as the town grows, and I'll tell you that that's something that I've talked with the supervisor about as we're growing, as we're seeing different areas of the town coming online faster than they have been. That is something top of mind. I do expect that we'll be having those conversations in the short and medium term here internally about what that would look like to bring us to that. For tonight, though, we did not look at that. We don't have that information.
Okay, appreciate that answer. Thank you very much, and I look forward to that conversation continuing. There are a lot of good strategies, I think, addressed in the lead sheet. The signage is a huge one that I hear from residents continually. And our signage strategy is incredibly labor intensive. At the end of the day, to have a crew drive around with a pickup truck and pick up the tiny little A-frame signs and move them from subdivision to subdivision to subdivision and give people less than 24 hours notice sometimes that their residential area is going to be plowed, it doesn't make for an efficient system. And I give our operators the utmost respect and credit, because I have watched the grader operator maneuver around vehicles that I was certain he was going to push halfway down the road because there'd be no way you get around it. So our crews are second to none. I would put money behind them in any level of competition, because I've seen them work and they're amazing. But it brings to question that signage strategy. It brings to question, there's a couple of comments here about our current equipment, and the equipment that I see us using doesn't necessarily match that of other municipalities. And then it does bring to question the tag, ticket, and tow. Now, we've talked about towing a lot. I'm not gonna support towing, because we understand the challenges that exist with that and the inefficiencies it's going to create. But just as at times we have to incentivize behavior, such as waste management and so on and so forth, sometimes we could disincentivize behavior too. Why have we not considered issuing violations? Snow clearing's expensive. When snow clearing takes longer because cars aren't moved, that makes it more expensive on fuel and maintenance on equipment and so on and so forth when they can't do an efficient job. Why haven't we considered the use of fines as an alternate revenue source to help pay for when it takes longer because people don't move their vehicles?
Go ahead, Administration.
Through your worship, the Councillor Laurie and all of council. There's a couple of thoughts on that. So in the lead sheet, as I highlighted earlier with Deputy Mayor there in her question, we do have an intent to explore what you're saying. So we do want to see how we can improve our signage to start doing that. There are a couple of implications. As you mentioned, the signage deployment is very labor intensive. We have to send the crews out, they have to put the signage out, and then they have to go and do the work that they're going to do that day. There's also, when we start getting into the tagging, which is something that we're exploring, is how do we document when we were out there? How do we ensure the signage is clear, that the intent was clear to the residents? And ensuring that our enforcement teams have the information they need to perform that work. Those are answers that my colleague to my right now are working through right now. And the earlier, in the last week or so, the manager and I have been talking about, well, what's some small wins that we can do right now to start this and get some lessons learned and see, well, how can we use this season to start learning how to do this really well, like what you're saying. We do agree that there's times for that. We want to work, snow removal is a challenging thing for everybody, but when you're in it or you're the one doing it, they're long days. So those are, what we're signaling here is there's an intent for us to look into that and see what we can do and as we go through the season.
Appreciate that, thank you. And one more question, Your Worship?
Go ahead.
So, thank you. One of the things we've experienced over the last several years, and it's been highlighted by residents, and we've seen this challenge, is the weather cycles and the freeze thaws and so on and so forth, making it very difficult for us to actually complete residential removals because they're tending to occur a little later on in the season. Was there a consideration in this about a reduction in that compaction level in order to make the removal easier and more efficient? Because these last several years, when we get to 10 centimeters, instead of 10 centimeters of packed snow, it's been 10 centimeters of block solid ice. And it's been very hard to remove, and it's been very hard on equipment. So if it would be more efficient to remove, say, 5 centimeters of pack, because it's still mostly snowpack rather than ice, was that a consideration?
Okay, go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Lorley, the reason we start early most of the times below that 10 centimeters of packed is try to address that in an early manner. We saw the community, wider community at large, starting early below their thresholds to make sure we were trying to get to that. Unfortunately, with the weather conditions we are seeing more ice production and early rain events on top of that existing ice that's adhering it to the road structure. So our mechanical methods are less than ideal at times. We do use a lot of sand and salt to try and mitigate that, but we do create an awful lot of ice at that 10 centimeters. So we are trying to hit that earlier.
I'm just going to add to that then, just because that brings up a really good point that we've talked about. And the snow and ice policy does allow the manager to go ahead and start a residential clearing without the 10 centimeter pack based on some of the conditions that we've just been mentioned. So why is this even an issue? I think we all have the weather map. Open your app, take a look at it. If we see snow or rain coming, that's going to affect the way that we remove. Well, maybe at 7 centimeters packed, we're going ahead. Like, I don't think, like, this is like more complicated than it should be. We're smart enough to look at radar and know when it's going to rain, when it's going to snow. And instead of waiting for that 10 centimeters as mentioned by Councilor Lorry, just go ahead and start it to prevent that.
Through your worship to Councilor Lorry and all of council, that goes to you kind of you hit it on the head that there's an art to this science is what I heard you say. Like there's a lot of tools that we have to measure the weather that's happening around us. There's been my time working with council, I've seen it where we didn't have snow until I think it was my first season here until December. And then we got hit really hard and with really cold weather, lots of snow in January, and we triggered it for similar reasons. There was last season where we had some slow, methodical buildup or watching over Christmas. There was the plowicides that were happening, and then we got hit with some undulations in weather. What we're the part of the dialogue that I'm glad we're having with council tonight is that is highlighting that we do work those conversations up to from the operations team up to myself and the CAO about when and if we should do an early trigger or if there's a different method to this. So I'll say that like we don't have a hard and fast answer for what you're saying. It is something that we think about. And ensure to try and minimize that. I will say, though, that I think a lot of places this season, not just the town, but several municipalities struggle with a lot of the things that are being highlighted from last season. My own neighborhood had several ice ruts that the local authority couldn't even address themselves, and they have earlier trigger points themselves as well. So, there at times we do the best we can with what's out there, and we, like I said earlier, we have very good operators that do the best with the equipment we have. But we have to. There is a level of judgment and discussion that we have to make it work.
Thank you. And Councilor, your last question.
Yeah, thank you. No other questions. I appreciate the responses, and I think similar to theme to our previous business item, I think this is a good starting block. I think we're in a good place to to move forward from this. I am interested, and I would like to see, if possible, a comparison to show what that cost to meet the minimum comparables would be. If there's a way that we could see that number, that would be fantastic. I think signage improvements are vital. I really hope we do see that this season. I think that in and of itself will make a large difference, and I would high level recommend we look at the institution of parking bans, similar to we see in other municipalities around the area, where we can do a broad communication that says, you know, for the next 2 weeks from 7 to 7 or whatever time it is, there is a parking ban on residential roads, just as a blanket. The other thing that I would put just out to the powers that be would be, maybe this season would be a great season to pilot warning stickers for education purposes. And so while we may not be instituting any type of a tag ticket tow operation or so on and so forth, it might be a good idea if we were to invest a little bit of money into some stickers that could be left on vehicle windows that do not move when clearing is done. And those stickers could maybe have a QR code or a link to the website to kind of have a bit of a synopsis as to why it's important that residents move their vehicles, what the implications are when they don't, how that affects things, and ultimately how that may cost them as an individual or in general as a taxpayer in the inefficiency of our services because of vehicles still being on the road. So appreciate the work that's been done on this so far. Again, I think we're at a good starting point, and I hope to continue to see improvements as it goes forward.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Hansard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Snow is never my favorite subject to discuss, but I'm glad we're having an opportunity to do so this evening. A few things strike me about this. The measurement that's used is that after the snow finishes falling, at the end of snowfall, every winter, just about, we get one of those snows where it just doesn't stop. Is there anything that kicks in that we would begin trying to move snow when we've got a 5-day snow drop happening and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger on the roads?
Go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hansard. What we would do is we would, of course, kick back to priorities with our staff to clear that staff. If it was continuing and we're getting close to our thresholds at that point in time, there are additional resources that, as a manager, I can kick in to look at and discuss with my supervisor.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I have another question.
Go ahead.
Where do the downtown businesses put their snow? Where are they expected to put their snow?
Go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hansard, what we recommend from Public Works is that they put the snow in the roadway at this point in time. There is no storage that we have in front of businesses downtown. So if they put it in the roadways, we get that 5 centimeters accumulation, and then we will remove the snow from that downtown area.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go further with a comment. On Main Street in particular, I realized it this last year when my husband was using crutches to get around, and then a walker for a period of time. And he's going to come out of hospital this Friday after 13 weeks in following a car accident caused by a pedestrian who walked out in front of 2 cars. The issue is that in the winter, when the snow is pushed into the roadways, and I understand why they have to do it, there's no place else for businesses to pile the snow up as there are on our residential lots. You can park in the middle of the block, for instance, and there's no way you can transcend the curb. So you have to walk behind vehicles all the way down to a corner and then get up onto the sidewalk from there. And if your appointment, for instance, is in the drugstore, then you've got to walk all the way back down. That's a lot for those people who are using various mobility aids to get around. Is there any way that we could clear maybe mid-block a piece, even if it had to be done by hand, and I realize that's asking a lot, where one section about 3 feet wide would be cleared so that a person could step up on the curb mid-block instead of having to walk all the way to the far end. It's very difficult. And there are people who are not using any kind of an aid. I've seen seniors, for instance, not able to create a stride long enough to go up and over all the snow accumulation. And I've had a number of people speak to me in the CIBC and the eye doctor's office at Dara's going in for coffee. It's awkward, difficult, maybe even dangerous in their viewpoint. And that, I would say, happens in the downtown area because of the unique nature of no place for the businesses to put their snow, pushing it into the road, and then it is hard for people to transcend. And then I have a third point, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Okay, we'll go first with this one. In terms of accessibility, how do we get it cleared a little bit better? I think one of the questions that are coming out of this is we do have accessible parking stalls within the downtown. Usually there is an access ramp that's onto it, but however, it is not maintained by the business owners. Usually they just push it onto the street instead of maybe pushing it halfway into the street, so that clears that the accessibility of that ramp for the people that do require that assistance.
Through Mr. Mayor to Council, Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hansard, we do have a tender out for hand shoveling this year to provide that service to the bulb outs. Definitely we can get some pricing for alternate locations for ramps. One of the other things we did have our hand shovelers addressed last year is, of course, we clean with mechanical with the graders downtown to do that snow removal. And there was an ice hump sort of accessing those ramps, and we did have to clear that a couple times last season. So it is something that we're aware of, and definitely we can get some pricing for that.
Okay, and one more point, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
All over town, you see very responsible occupants of homes who will clear their walkways pretty quickly after a snowfall. And if there's ice accumulation, they'll get out there and work very hard to chip it and break it up and put ice melt on the roads, on the sidewalks rather. But I know on my own street, 44th Avenue, which is forever long, there's a number of people who right away, right now, will take that snow on their sidewalk and push it into the road. Well, that becomes its own nightmare. It's more money the town has to spend because now the town is removing the snow that was on the sidewalk that should have been put on their yards. And I hire people to do my snow removal, and I tell them, don't let me catch you putting that into the street. And if it gets so high, you literally can't pile it in my yard, let me know. I don't know exactly what I would do about it, maybe hire somebody to come remove some of it. But I don't believe that it's people's privilege to make their snow removal that's supposed to go on their yard, put it into the street and make it every taxpayer's bill to pay for and a pain for people to try to get up and park. And I love Councillor Laurie's idea that we get more aggressive about letting people know there's a penalty to not moving your car. Because all along 44th Avenue, that road is a big wide boulevard, but you can see so clearly that it's easy for that snow to be removed by our snow removal equipment. But when those cars are parked there, they have to do a wide swing around the vehicles, and it leaves snow piled up. If you move to my side street, because I'm on a corner, it becomes a living nightmare. And there again, I tell the people who remove my snow out of my driveway, don't you dare put that in the road, because that becomes somebody else's problem. And there have been occasions when I couldn't even get out of my driveway because of the amount of snow that was shoveled out a couple of times when the snow removal people were kind of new and didn't know they'd be history in my life. So I wish we could do another campaign to educate the public on social media. I don't believe very many people are reading the paper, so I'm not suggesting those expensive ads. But something could be done to remind people your snow does not belong in the road. Put it on your lot and learn to climb a mountain, because there's got to be a better answer. And I like the warning 1 year, and then we go to fining people. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Councilor Hansard. Okay, before I go back to second round, because Councilor Pletchko has had his hand up, so I'm going to Councilor Meyer. Anything to add before I go to the second round?
I'm so frustrated.
Yeah, go ahead.
There you go.
Councilor Anderson.
My questions mostly have been asked and answered, but I do want to echo a couple of things that I think have a lot of validity. And the two biggest things I think I hear are related to signage, and I appreciate that that has been identified as a growth area, whether it's signage getting put out after people are already home, and then maybe they're not leaving the next day or whatever that might be. Certainly, I think there's room for growth on the signage side. What that looks like, I don't have any ideas for you, but I trust that the work that you've begun will lead to a fruitful discussion and some positive results with that. The second one being to echo, I believe Councillor Laurie made the comment around the collector and school routes, and just being double our comparator communities as a minimum standard. We do talk in other areas of our municipality in terms of our service levels, sort of being the average of our comparator municipalities, and this is one where we're proposing that we double up in school zones and then an extra 24 hours in commuter. And so I think it could be advantageous to see what that may look like as a service level improvement and a tax assessment potential increase, or where that could come from going into the next corporate plan. And then finally, to echo Councillor Hansard and Mayor Choi, the barrier-free parking downtown has been sort of an ongoing concern. I appreciate that it's been brought forward. I appreciate that there's acknowledgement from administration, but to some of the challenges as well, the humps and so on. It's not just the hand clearing of the ramps, though. Oftentimes there are people with, the vehicles that have some motorized mobility aids and stuff that actually need the extended length of the parking spot itself and the colored off area right next to it to be able to get in and out. And so certainly as we explore service level improvements to that area, I do hope that we will pay particular attention to our barrier-free parking, because an extra couple of inches of snow for someone with adequate mobility is manageable, but for our residents that rely on those aids to get through, it makes it near impossible. And so ensuring that everyone has equitable opportunity to utilize our downtown when they're going down for services or recreation or otherwise, I think is very, very important for us. And so I echo those comments from my colleagues as well.
Thank you for your comments. So going to the second round, we'll go with Councilor Pletchko. You had your hand up. Go ahead.
Mine's just a general comment. Do you want me to save that till after the motion?
Okay. And more questions for clarity and understanding to the presentation? Okay, I have two that was not answered or asked. So in terms of the clearing of the arterials in school zones, it is suggested that when we come through, we clear the drive lanes and we push all the snow to the park lanes. So when you do that, then I think you're adding more issues in terms of ice buildup and blocking of the drains instead of moving it out. So how are we going to maintain that as people move in and out of the park lanes, causing ruts and causing maybe hazards of driving in those conditions? Because we're still waiting for 10 centimeters before we clear those.
To your worship, those are things that my staff will have to monitor, especially on our arterials. We will push into the boulevard, so most of our arterials have appropriate boulevard. So the concerns we have is school zones and collector roads that we have going around where we're pushing that snow over to the parking side. We do monitor through especially drainage catch basins through the season, as we do have sort of melt freeze-thaw cycles that we do want to make sure that the catch basins are mostly clear on, and have equipment that can manage those. So that's something that as we make drive lanes safe in collectors and school zones, and that we do have free throw, that we will come back behind on those areas.
Okay, and that leads to my second question on that. So in terms of also in the report, it mentioned that we can push it into boulevards, et cetera, and up to no higher than 1 meter before it's removed, et cetera. So my question is, you also mentioned that we address the snow and ice through chemicals, salt and sand. So how does that affect our boulevards with the trees and everything on in the grass when we're laying up to 1 meter of snow and ice that has chemicals that we've been using, salt that we've been using, and sand that we've been using?
To Mr. Mayor, what we do is we do a spring sweep and cleanup of our boulevards to collect sand and salt up, so that on our boulevards we do try to pull some of that off of our boulevards to clean up those spaces before spring does thaw. That it's been practiced since I've been here.
Okay, I did not see that happen this spring, especially on the Golf Course Road that we maintain, because I did not see any machines out there, which I normally do, sweeping the gravel and the sand and everything back onto the street for the street cleaner to pick up.
To Mr. Mayor, I'll go back to my staff and just confirm.
Okay, thank you. And then another comment, maybe it's a comment, maybe it's a question. So, we talked about the different initiatives, and administration wants to look at more of a ticketing kind of program versus towing. I totally understand that. The rationale is good. In terms of ticketing, we don't want to punish residents that may not see the signs, even with the enhanced signage that's proposed by administration, because they work shift work, they double time, they come at different odd hours. They may have just got off work at 4 o'clock and they parked. They're tired. They're not going to go. They may not see it because get in your zone when you're driving home from work. A lot of times you don't see anything. You just park. You're tired. You're going home. You're going to sleep. So in terms of ticketing, if we go that way, personally, I would like to see warning tickets for those vehicles that we can visibly see that have moved from time to time, because it's an active car, but no warning for the vehicles that have never moved all winter. And when you drive through our community, you can see many vehicles that have not moved all winter. So is that something that we can do when we look at that, is to kind of balance that where we know those vehicles that have not moved, we can see the snow packed up, we can see that nobody's brushed off the snow and driven it away, to have issue a ticket, versus maybe a resident that may be working double shifts, night shifts, all those different things, and not punish them because they were tired coming home.
Your Worship, with reference to tickets, and I'll just do this in a broad perspective versus a direct scenario. Certainly our current standard is on snow removal days, if we do get a call from the operators, we'll try and make contact with the registered owner of that particular vehicle, because we can run a plate and we can find out who it is, and perhaps they did get home and they're on a night shift and a phone call, or we'll go up and knock on the door. So we do due diligence to try and get the car moved if possible. We do have some vehicles that probably stay on the street a little bit longer than they should. Certainly, our officers try to get those vehicles, whether by complaint or through their patrols. We certainly try to tag those vehicles, and we have towed vehicles in the past. Is it in coordination with the snow removal? Sometimes it's not. Sometimes the snow removal guys come back and they deal with the snow after the fact, just because it is accumulating and it can cause some concern long term. Certainly with the signs, I mean, there's a balance point with the signs that we currently have. There's some challenges with respect to, can someone move it? Is it put out in the right place? When was it put out? All of those different scenarios that I think the general manager has described this evening. We are looking at different ways in which we can make them more permanent, so that in the bylaw, it does state that we can designate snow removal routes. And when we do that, signs up, it says no parking in snow removal routes, then we don't have to worry about 72 hours or 24 hours or any hours. We just go out and do what we need to do with the vehicles to ensure that these guys can clean the streets. So there's certainly some different things that we're looking at. I do appreciate and have heard from council that running out with 60 tow trucks and just barreling down and pushing people off the street is not something that you're necessarily interested at this time. But there's certainly ways in which we can do it. There's other, City of Leduc as an example, they'll tow a person to a street that's cleaned and they'll tag them for $250. So there's other things that we can look at that perhaps might work in Stony Plain. We do have people that do park on the street. I'm not going to say we don't have that problem. Do we have, to the extent that the City of Spruce Grove that I'm aware of has? Not necessarily, but as our community continues to grow and we get more residents and more driving vehicles, it won't take long for that situation to accelerate in our community. So certainly if we start something very quickly in the very near future, it'll benefit us in the long term. The other challenge with signage and tickets, not just snow removal, but tickets clearly with our CPOs. Once they write a ticket, if someone contests it, we have a staff sitting in court for a number of hours also on that particular charge. So we want to make sure that if we're writing the violation, we've done our due diligence and we've got a higher percentage of opportunity for that ticket to be held up in court. So there's that aspect of staff time does have a cost to it too. So we certainly want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, and the staff, the CPOs working with the snow removal staff will certainly find a solution that I think will find that balance point in the future.
Okay, thank you. And those are all the questions that I had that have not been asked or answered. So looking down, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. With that, I'll move on to Councilor Plechko to make the motion.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approves snow removal and ice control policy C/PW/068 and to repeal snow removal and ice control policy C-PW-042.
Okay. Thank you, and go ahead with the comments. I think you had a comment that you were waiting until now, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It's just a general comment towards all of the connotations that were made today. You know, I don't envy anybody in Public Works. Coming from the snow removal business for over 30 years, I think I've heard everything that was talked about at this table. Multitude of times I've been in parking lots where people are towed and tagged, and there's always a controversy over that. I think one thing that we really need to be is consistent is with each of our residents, we're consistent. So if we have a policy that says we tag them, we tag them. If we have a policy that says we tow them, we tow them. We can't make exceptions for each individual within our community, because we would need a multitude of staff to do it and a multitude of bylaws and policies that we would have to follow. While I appreciate everything that council has talked about today, I think one of the things that really comes out, that stood out for me today is, you know, we've had this conversation, and I think this is year 8 for me on town council about the same thing. At some point in time, we need to make a stance and start to enforce some of what we have in place today so that we can move forward, so that Public Works can do their job. And we forever hinder that job when we get to this point, because we shouldn't do this and we shouldn't do that. What I heard today clearly, and I think it's something that we need to really consider, is I heard a couple of things. One is we start to tag people. So we warn them, and furthermore, going in the future year, we actually start with the policy that says we tow and fine. We also talked about people pushing snow into the roadways, and this is a problem in cul-de-sacs, a huge problem in cul-de-sacs. I must have had 20 calls last year from people that say, oh, I put it on my property, but my neighbor puts it on the road. And I can think of mounds in cul-de-sacs that block people from getting into their own driveways. There's a problem. One of the things that we talked about was warning them. And I think we start with the warnings and we move forward with that. We can't just keep swaying from what needs to be done within our community because we have a problem that keeps building and building. One of the other things that we heard lots about was downtown. And that is a key problem with the bubbles that we built within the community. It is a problem for those that have a multitude of mobility issues getting around. One of the things that you may want to consider is when you talk about shoveling these areas, they're shoveling it just wide enough into the parking lot that's right beside it, or they're shoveling it wide enough just into the driveway, which prevents these people that are having trouble driving getting into where they need to get because we have that much more snow on the road. Maybe it's a simple thing. Today we have a multitude of small equipment that can load snow in the back of a small dump truck and move it out of them areas. So clearing a mobility area might be an alternate way to shoveling. And lots of these guys now have a small skid steer that can be run on the back of a little trailer, and the trailer can be loaded with snow and they can move from place to place if you give them the right to be able to dump within the town dump. There might be a small sacrifice and a small cost for having that portion able for the people that need to have the ramps clean downtown, because that was a big issue last winter, the accessibility to downtown streets. So just some common little things. And again, kudos go out to your Public Works Department. No matter what happens and the complaints they get, I can truly say they do a pretty phenomenal job within our community. Each one of us would like something a little bit different, but your staff do a really good job in the wintertime. And I think if you pass that along to them, I think that might go a long ways because, yes, we expect a lot, but at the same time, I think they do a pretty good job. So always room for improvement, and thanks for the presentation this evening.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Members of Council, any questions, comments, debate on the motion? Okay, Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just because I've been so quiet during this item. But I think Councillor Laurie captured the sentiment well. Regardless of the level of service, there will always be people for a variety of reasons that would prefer a greater level of service. And what I particularly like about this evening's plan is Public Works has challenged themselves to find and improve their service without increasing their budget or requiring new equipment. Can it be better? Of course it can. I would just maybe hearken this conversation back to our discussion surrounding parking. What might at first blush look like prioritizing convenience is actually an important factor in one's ability to enjoy and access their community. So, like I say, I support the plan tonight as it is, but I do recognize we continue to have to work to improve this, our snow removal, so that it's on par with similar communities. In regards to enforcement, though, what I heard tonight is what small efficiencies we might gain from this rework could potentially be negated by trying to pursue enforcement. So I wouldn't support that at this time. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions, comments, debate? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for public knowledge, are we able to get a dollar figure as to what the budget, the annual budget for snow and ice removal and control is within the town of Stony Plain at this time?
Do we have that handy?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, that's, I don't have it in front of us right now. I could email that to council.
Okay. Or if you can bring it back after we recess.
It's something I could look up pretty quickly, yes, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to say, we do have council discussion still on the agenda later this evening. If it's an answer that could be brought forward this evening, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? No. Okay. Thank you. I'll support the motion, and thank you, Administration, for bringing this forward, and members of council for the conversation and the feedback. I think we are slowly making progress in this way as we continue to move forward and looking to provide the best snow removal and ice control policy we can within our budget. And I think the telltale sign will be when we deal with corporate plan and the numbers come back. I think you can do anything you want, you just got to throw tons of money at it, but how much is enough and what kind of service levels are we getting? So definitely looking for those conversations a little bit later on. With that, I see no more hands up. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay. And that is carried. And that ends 9.2. So before we go to 9.3, let's take a recess and we'll come back. Thank you. All right, welcome back to Council Chambers. Council has come back from recess. Moving on with Agenda 9.3, which is the External Board and Committee Member Appointment Policy. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, through your worship. This report before council this evening outlines the establishment of a formal framework for appointing members of council to external boards and committees. Administration conducted a scan of municipal comparators to identify how other Alberta municipalities complete these appointment processes. The scan resulted in direct responses from 10 municipalities, including Spruce Grove, Parkland County, Fort Saskatchewan, St. Albert, Sturgeon County, Airdrie, Canmore, Lloydminster, Edson, and Gibbons. The majority of the responses aligned with the town's current process, whereby the mayor facilitates the appointments by consulting with individual council members and making selections based on several factors. The philosophy used by many municipalities includes a collaborative approach that focuses on member availability, preference, interests, expertise, and a consideration for both continuity for the committee and a rotational opportunity to allow members to broaden their understanding. Using these principles, which are in alignment with the town's current informal manner, a policy has been drafted to formalize the process. The policy before council for consideration provides guiding principles, clarifies responsibilities, outlines consideration factors, sets appointment timeframes, and recognizes reporting requirements. The policy provides both a framework and the flexibility to apply the procedures to adapt to the needs of council. Administration is requesting council's consideration to adopt the policy this evening. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I think we've talked about this a few times around the council table, so it was nice to see have a policy come forward. Again, members of council, there was no prior policy, so this is what we've been operating under, so we're trying to formalize things as we continue to grow as a community. So as we see our staff trying to formalize things, and also as a council, we're trying to formalize things as well. Members of council, questions and comments to administration? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, as you alluded to, there's been discussion every year around appointments to boards and committees and so on. I feel at reading through this that it captures our process. I think it allows each individual council member to have an opportunity to express preference, whether that's based on schedule, area of interest, or otherwise. I do believe some of the verbiage is appropriate. If I look at page 126, 5.3, just as an example, members shall provide information and updates as required. I think that gets repeated again on the next page, report on the committee's activities. But it leaves it open-ended to the council of the day to determine what is appropriate for that council. And I think there's an opportunity there for a dialogue to ensure that each respective council in the future has the opportunity to weigh in what that communication looks like, and we're not establishing a set standard that may not work for others. And so what I see here, I think, is certainly appropriate and gives credence to, again, each individual councillor, but allowing the mayor to have the opportunity to build the list and put it forward based on the feedback, I think is appropriate as well, and eliminate some of the contention that may occur between council members if there's a disagreement on who should be on a particular board. So from what I see here, barring, to borrow from Councillor Hansard, the wisdom of my colleagues, I'm in full support of the new policy.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Anderson. Any other comments, questions for clear understanding? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's nice to see what we actually do put into words. One of the thoughts that struck me, though, in reading this is we've also had some discussion among council members, I guess in a way questioning that all of this lies within the purview of the mayor. Of course, our mayor, at least our current mayor, indulges in consultation and discussion with each council member as to what boards and committees maybe are you ready to give up, or would you like to be on, and that type of thing. I don't know that there's anything that speaks directly to how that consultation happens. The current mayor, Mr. Mayor, does do this, have a discussion with each council member about what they would like to see. But it does not, there's nothing incumbent that I can see that makes it a requirement of future mayors to do so. Am I reading that wrong, or are we trying to put that in words here that make it incumbent upon any mayor to indulge in conversation and consultation with each council member to allow them to speak into the process, what committees they might like to come off of, what committees they might like to be on? Am I missing something?
Yes, Councillor Hansel, I believe your questions are covered on page 126 on 5.5 and 5.6, where it says, prior to the annual organization meeting of council, the mayor shall consult with individual council members to determine each council member's interest and availability to serve on various committees.
Okay, if I may go further a little bit, Mr. Mayor. We've also had discussions on this council about the potential for council to make the selections. And I'm assuming that in the wisdom of administration, that was decided not to move in that direction. Am I reading that correctly?
So on same page 5.7, so all appointments shall be way of council resolution.
Well, that's different. That's different than council selecting who could sit on the committees. This is a one vote. Everybody all at one time is voted to be on the council committees that is put forward by the mayor. Then it comes to council for a vote. But the council is not selecting the boards and committees that each council member should sit on. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct. So on 5.5 and 5.6 addresses those issues and comments. So the mayor will consult with all members of councils, then also take into councilors' availability, meeting times, establish schedules for different things, demonstration of interest and expertise in particular areas, and also the opportunity for increased learning. So for example, if a member of council has not sat on a committee for 3 or 4 years, then maybe it's time to put that individual on that committee so that they can learn and gain some exposure and opportunities.
To move people around a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see anything in this policy that maybe would reconsider the every year organizational meeting in October that moves people around. There are certain boards and committees that feel very disjointed and interrupted when those appointments are made. They adjust, they all get used to it, and it does give a council member an opportunity to be put on different boards and committees without having to tell anybody, I'd like to come off of this board or committee. I've really had enough time here. Was any consideration given to having council make the selection and then coming before council in a public vote, as opposed to the mayor making the decision? And please understand me, I don't really envy this job for anybody. It's a lot. From the time, for instance, that an election ends, the mayor has to make these decisions pretty quickly, because you're going to come into an organizational meeting that actually puts that newly elected council to work, and there's not a lot of days or hours to go through this selection process and decision process and juggle the schedules and try to be somewhat fair-handed about who may be placed on boards and committees that maybe pay a little extra honorarium, because our council pay structure now does not allow councilors to be paid for any extra board and committee work unless the committee pays an honorarium for it. I'm assuming that the mayor does give consideration to that.
Yes, Council Councilor, on 5.6.5, so additional compensation provided by the committee is also considered into that as well. So if we have a councilor that has sat on a committee for a number of years that had a compensation paid by the committee, then hopefully that the mayor does take that into consideration and addresses it and moves the individual out of that committee.
And it might be an impetus for moving someone out and someone else on.
That's correct.
And in fair distribution of those committees that pay a compensation, perhaps one counselor wouldn't be given 3 or 4 of those, while another counselor might have none.
That is correct.
Okay. I guess I can live with this, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to see it put into words and policy, though, rather than just something we do, because it's hard to carry that forward, especially when our chief elected official isn't in the position. If there was an election and you weren't reelected, Mr. Mayor, or you decided for some reason not to run, then we'd be looking at a new mayor, and at least there's guidelines here as to who would be making these decisions. And then council always has the final vote on approving.
That is correct, Councilor Hanson. I think you and I were on a couple of councils when the recommendation came forward to council, and members of council realized that there was an error in timing because a couple meetings actually landed on the same date. So at that point in time, we actually made the motion there to actually adjust it at that approval meeting as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor, thank you for your comments and questions. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration and to Councillor Hansard. Where it says at 5.7, appointments shall occur by way of council resolution with a single resolution. For clarification, Councillor Hansard, are you wondering if instead of a single resolution for all, would it be individually we say vote on the committee? Would that put that question at ease instead of it being all encompassing, single vote? Or for all our boards and committees, we could vote after what is being presented to us? Is that what you're asking?
Councilor Hansard.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Loynes, if I'm understanding the question correctly, Councillor Loynes, are you asking me if I'm suggesting that perhaps the council would vote individually on each committee and then an overall vote? Is that what you're asking?
I was asking for your clarification if you were asking instead of a single vote for all the committees that gets presented to us at the organization meeting, if you would rather it be written, we vote on each board and committee individually. And that way, if somebody, as you said, gets a board committee that doesn't pay and they want to be on a board or committee that does pay, they could then present to council a way of maybe suggesting a change to the board committee versus what was presented, just like we do with any other motion, where we can amend them. Is that what you're asking?
My point is not always about whether there's compensation given for sitting on a board or committee. That's only one element. In some cases, we have had some boards and committees that have been very sought after by more than one counselor. And sometimes that can cause a dissension and discord on council when someone wants to sit, say, on the on Aero Utilities or on Meridian Foundation or something like that, and that the same counselor gets put back on or someone else is chosen. I would not want to see us come into council chambers and have a debate and an argument here over who's going to sit on what board and committee. I like the idea that it is pre-suggested, pre-analyzed, and a thoughtful process has been applied to select various people for various committees. But I certainly wouldn't want that to come into council chambers. One, it would create more discord. It would be kind of an embarrassment. And yet I do like the idea that a counselor can speak up for themselves. And I know it's not just just me, but I know there are others who have really, really wanted a board or committee and not been able to be placed on that board or committee. So I'm happy with the process as long as councilors get to speak to their mayor, who I'm hearing again tonight. We're going to formalize that the appointments to council, the selection for who sits where, and for how long they serve, is in the purview of the mayor with approval of council as a whole.
Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Hansford. Any other questions, comments? On that? Go ahead. Hand up.
Just a quick one, actually. I'm just curious if it necessarily needs to be in the bylaw, but I was trying to find a list on our website for boards and committees that councilors are on, and of course, I'm not very technologically savvy, so I couldn't find anything, and I'm just curious if it A, exists, or B, if it needs to be rectified here.
Administration?
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. That is not something that we currently have listed on our website. It's something we could look at if it was requested by council. Currently, right now, it would be listed in the minutes in the organizational meeting, and then any minutes where the members were appointed after that.
So just a follow-up to that. Oh, maybe. Sorry, never mind.
Okay, Councilor Hansford, anything else to say before I move on?
I'm sorry, I wanted to speak directly to this issue of the list. There is a list. If we look in our council package for applying for council, I believe there's 16 boards and committees that council members can be assigned to. And I'll look in my package. I happen to have it with me. And if it's there, I'll pull it out and pass it down to you.
Thank you.
So sorry, if I can just respond, and thank you, Councillor Anderson, for shooting me the link to the boards and committees. I was able to find that. What I'm talking is, if you could imagine a resident who might have a concern about whatever, the Red Brick Common, and would want to contact the councillor that sat on that committee, would they be able to find out which, I mean, besides calling the mayor or searching it through in the minutes, there's no quick reference, I don't believe.
No, I think that's a good comment, and I think we can, staff can add that somewhere. Yeah, so you would actually have to go back to the organization meeting of October 28th of 2024 to find the current appointments.
Right, so a resident would have to know that.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Councilor Plechko?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. These questions are directed through to administration, and I'm going to refer to a few things. First off, I'm glad to see this come forward. I think it's something that we've clearly needed. However, I still think it doesn't address the discourse that has been in council over boards and committees, because it's still pretty vague in my opinion, and I'm looking for clarity on how it's not vague in my opinion. So I'm going to refer to 5.5. Prior to the annual organizational meeting of council, the mayor shall consult with individual council members to determine each council member's interest and availability to serve on various committees. So it says mayor shall. Then right below it, it says the mayor has discretion over the form of this consultation, including mid-year appointments. So what does that discretion look like? What does that consultation look like? Because that's been part of the problem as we've gone forward, is the consultation process is not consistent with each member in council.
Just a point of clarity, Your Worship.
Yeah.
This is a council policy, not an administrative policy. So would this not be the purview of council? I don't know that that's a fair question to administration.
The policy was brought forward.
Yeah, by administration.
Right. With our current process, though. So if we wish to see a change in our current process, wouldn't that just be a matter of debate for council? I don't know that it'd be fair to ask administration why it's not clear. We know why it's not clear.
Okay, well, I'll let the administration answer, and then you can answer if you like it.
Yeah, Your Worship, I appreciate both the question and the subsequent commentary there. I'll just wade into it a little bit, though. So what the administration is attempting to do here is provide a framework in which the mayor, as indicated, chief elected official, has certain duties and obligations, as do council members, to respond in due course and so on. There's some language in there. Yes, correct, it does say that the mayor shall. So that puts it in the requirement into the chair of the mayor that there shall be some form of consultation. Yes, we did stop short to say it should be this, it should be that, it should be this, it should be that. Because your worship and to all of council, as indicated, I believe that's a dialogue that the mayor and the 6 council members are able to, more than able to discuss amongst yourselves, if I would put it that way, and an accountability level between the 7 of you. I think I'll just stop there, Your Worship. That's the basic intent.
Yep. Thank you. And I can, do you want to speak to that, or I can respond to that?
I don't know.
Okay. Definitely, thank you for bringing that up, and it does provide some clarity for myself as well. It says that the mayor shall, which means that the mayor has to do it. So if you read the next sentence, the mayor has the discretion over the form of consultation. So that could be in terms of an email to all of council, it could be sitting down together at a pre-meeting, or it could be a conversation over coffee, one-on-one. But the type of consultation is at the discretion of the mayor based on the availability of everybody else. So if we write in there, for example, the mayor shall have a half-an-hour meeting with every member of council, well, if we don't have the ability because somebody's on holidays, do you wait until after that person gets back to have that half-an-hour meeting with the council members? Or is it okay to go on with an email? Because the mayor has a discretion to how he wants to, or she wants to do the consultation.
Okay, just for clarity, so my understanding of shall does not mean will. When I look up the definition, it does not, I don't see that it says it will. So I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is, I can appreciate the policy, I can appreciate where it's coming from, but shall means I said 2 words to you and you decided that it was going to be this. So that's what I'm looking for, is some clarity on how that comes together, because when I read that, additionally, 5.6.5, additional compensation provided by the committee. So I'll refer to what you referred back to, Councillor Hansard, again, which leaves this a pretty broad spectrum. You made comment that hopefully the mayor takes that into consideration. So not necessarily will each one of the members from council that are sitting here today be appointed to a board that has compensation. So you might appoint 3 to them that have compensation and 3 not to. So again, for clarity, how do we get to that point where it's equal for each one on the council? Now, however, saying that, if you've had conversations with me and I say to you, these are the boards I want, and they don't have any of that, then I'm quite okay with that. So that's all I'm looking for, is the clarity that goes along with a quality conversation, not just the shall, because shall really leaves that open to interpretation. You and I shall sit down and have a discussion. When do we get to it?
Okay, that's a good point. So can we, is it administrative change just to change the word from shall to will? Because I think the intent is still there, is that there is the consultation process. I think that's what, looking for that. I'll go back to administration.
And that goes back to the 5.5, the consultation includes. So if you're having that consultation, we've had that discussion, and that's all I'm looking for, is that it's the same for each individual.
That they will.
Your Worship, just on that specific question, shall to will, and specifically into that 5.5, the mayor shall, you can say down upon consulting with council members, the mayor shall provide to the CAO recommended list, just part of the backhouse process, so to speak, or whatever. Your Worship, I would venture to say, in legislative language, shall is considered the strongest form of compelling an action to take place. So, whatever legislation is, shall, I'll say typically, is the strongest form.
Okay, thank you for that. So Councillor Pletchko, with that, are you okay with leaving
I'm
it
okay with
shut?
that, yep.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? Okay, see no more hands, so I'll go to Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just looking for a little bit of clarity here. And again, this might be the way that this is utilizing verbiage. This is specific to external board and committee member appointments. So it doesn't necessarily speak to council-created boards and committees because they have their own process through their establishing bylaws and so on and so forth is my understanding or my likely, and I could be clarified on that. But then it also doesn't speak to in any way, shape, or form external committees which council members may sit on by being a member of council but are not within the control or the appointment of the council. So for example, Alberta municipalities. A council member is eligible by the position of council to apply to and be appointed to the Alberta Municipalities Board by Alberta municipalities. This is mute on if there is or is not any place for the town and council as a whole to have any say in a council member putting their name forward or being appointed to an external board or committee. So I just want to make sure that we have understanding and clarity in here, again, in respect to the council-created boards and committees, because this is not the same as those. And when we look at that list that was referenced earlier, that list is a combined list. That list shows both the council-created ones, whether it be the Planning Advisory Committee or the Community and Social Development Committee, those ones, so on and so forth, versus, I think it was referenced earlier, say, the Red Brick Common or the Pioneer Museum. And then again, there are committees that as a member of council, a council member could sit on, but the town or town council may or may not necessarily have any exercise of control on that. So just some commentary on that.
Appreciate that. Another number of issues or topics or questions there. So I think maybe just to try to chunk it up a little bit, I'll maybe ask our manager of legislative services to speak to what I believe sort of the initial question was along the lines of, these apply to externals, which we'll just Pioneer Museum, Meridian Foundation. Would this apply or does this apply to Growth and Commerce Committee, which is sort of created a different way? There was maybe a clarification there if you have a...
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. So this policy as presented is specific to the external boards and committees that are appointed by council. It does not take into account the council committee appointments. We do have verbiage in the committee governance framework that's not as direct as this, that just indicates that council appointed committees will be done annually at the organizational meeting. I would go on a limb to say that the understanding is it would be a similar process to this, but this specific policy is just for external boards and committees.
Okay. Follow-up, anything?
And sorry, if we just, maybe we'll just talk a little bit about, I think the other ones that can come up from time to time, and how has that happened, or how does that go about, or does this a policy apply to it, and so on and so forth. So maybe I'll try to do my best and stay a little bit on track here. But, in the event that halfway through a term, there's a new body in town, new organization, they've created a board and they're seeking to have a council member on there, council's agreed to do so, so on and so forth. I would expect in that situation, this would generally apply either at the time of creation or subsequently as it became more of a ongoing board or committee. And, I know, of course, a little bit in my time, we've seen some new ones created here and there, and frankly, we've seen some other ones that have gone away for various reasons. I think we have a recent example of the policing committee that was recently created, and I know that there was some dialogue to a degree about that, and how that would happen, and so on and so forth. So that might be one that would be new, falls under some other form of specific process that council's identified by bylaw or something. And then there are other ones. I think you mentioned AB Muni. I do believe, I just had some information passed to me that appointments to AB Muni committees do require a motion of council. So that would be formally where that may come forward. But how does that go about? And maybe I'll just take a little bit of liberty here and just say what I've observed over the years, whether it's AB Muni or some other non-required board, a nonprofit association that's within the municipal sector, so to speak. I think I've seen a few of those over the years. Typically, there's been some form of, dialogue by the council member that has interest. Either brings it forward to the rest of council, I'm looking at this, or so on and so forth. There tends to be a dialogue about that. And ultimately, I would say with a soft blessing of the council, that member goes forward and puts their name forward for the board of something or such and such. I'll try to wrap up, but just to indicate, this is a step in further formalization. Those are good questions that may not be directly answered, but are part of that conversation going forward.
Excellent. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Like I said, there's definitely some clarity in there. For Alberta municipalities, just as an example, there is a notice of council needed to sit on the AB Muni's board, but there is not to sit on their committees. And so, for example, I'm a member of the Audit and Finance Committee with Alberta municipalities, but there was not a required motion of council for that to be undertaken. Similar theme tonight to the last two business items. I think it's a good beginning. I think we're a good stepping stone, a place to kind of jump off from in starting to formalize something that we have been doing informally over the last, several terms. I think, on first blush, there are probably some tweaks that I may have considered right off the beginning, but I don't think they're substantial enough to do so at this time. I think it'd be good to flush it out. My only question through you, Your Worship, to administration would be, do we need to add anything in regards to external requests for council members to sit on boards? So is there anything in the process that needs to be added for if a community group, if a board or committee wishes to have a member of council sitting on, this is how that goes? And then second, is there anything that needs to be noted about whether or not this policy does or does not apply to the way council members for council-created boards and committees is done?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will maybe speak to the first one, and I'll allow or ask or beg our Manager of Legislative Services to speak to the second one, because I don't know the answer to that one. I think for the first one, in the event that there's something created or not created, is already in existence, and there's a request that comes in. I don't know, here's what I think. Okay, so first of all, that would be a request to council in some way, shape, or form. Might start out verbally, but would ultimately have to culminate sometime in the chamber with a formal appointment. So if council was having a dialogue with a group that they were going to put somebody on a board that's existing or potentially again new, it would have to come through the chambers, and barring, answer to the second question that it's not a direct created one, it would then therefore be subject to this policy. That would be my first blush answer. If council was interested in applying or putting somebody on a board, a request came in, the first thing would be, do we want to do this or not? If we do want to do it, if council does want to do it, then it would sort of kick into this process. And I think there's some wording in there about, mid-year appointment or whatever that would kick into place. That would be my interpretation. Second part there.
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. So there's really two ways that we could address the appointment to council-appointed committees. So council-appointed committees is actually through a bylaw, through the governance framework. bylaw, we could do an amendment to that and add, just an amending line into there. Or we could, because this is simply an appointment process policy, we could add in the council-appointed committees as part of this process, if this is the process that council wishes to follow for those appointments as well.
Thank you for that. And I would leave it to the will of my colleagues here as to whether they would agree. This is the process we have been using for those council-created boards and committees. I believe it would be reasonable to include them in this same policy because at this point in time, we don't have any other. And if the intention of this is to formalize the process, I think it would be appropriate that we include all items in which that process was used for.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. We'll maybe come back to that a little later. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for a quick question of clarity, on 5.5, it says prior to the annual organization meeting of council, the mayor will fill in the blank consult. Does that need like a time frame, or what is the conversation to be had? So we know organization meeting is October, November, right? What's to say current mayor, future mayor, down the road, meets and consults, whatever that looks like, in January, or right after the organization meeting for the next set of appointed boards and committees? Like, where is the line that says what is an appropriate time to have that consult with the wow. It's getting late.
Okay. Go ahead.
Your Worship, I can speak to that. I can provide some, perspective. So, yeah, there's kind of two things there. So, first of all, again, the timing following an election is very quick. So what does that consultation timing look like, so on and so forth? Going to be a little bit different than, the second, third, or even fourth year of the term. So that there'll be some timing consideration in that specific thing. Again, this policy does not attempt to dictate the very specifics of the consultation process, whatever that, could or could not be, should or should not be, so on and so forth. It does allow some, the ability of the current mayor to go through that process as I would say they see fit at that point in time. The check and balance is that in I would say the unlikely event that there's some very poor consultation, so to speak, by some mayor down into the future or whatever that may be. The check and balance there is that council as a whole still has the opportunity, full council, through votes to express concern. Would be how I guess I would put that, and ultimately vote yes, no on all of that sort of stuff. So, Your Worship, through to Councillor Loynes, I guess what I'm saying is that there's a couple things. The mayor is obligated to consult, the form of which isn't dictated through this policy. Council has an obligation to respond to that consultation, and then ultimately, when it comes into the chambers, the duty rests with all members of council to debate and vote as they see fit, based on what I would, potentially adherence to the process or the consultation process, so on and so forth. I'll stop there, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding to administration? Go ahead, Councillor Hansford.
Well, I'm going to dare to walk in with this question. So there are oftentimes organizations that council members belong to. Their golfing club, a real estate board, a Real Estate Council of Alberta, any number of other outside boards and committees. Is there anything that needs to be put into this that excludes the reach of council, mayor, or anyone to say that council members may not be president of their Chamber of Commerce or sit as chair of a fundraising committee with an organization? Is there anything that precludes council members for serving in positions on boards and committees that have absolutely no connection directly with council. Do we need to say something about that? Because I understand that there have been situations where individuals have been told you can't remain on this board or committee. You can't be head of your Chamber of Commerce and be a council member. Is my question clear?
That question is clear, and the answer is, in terms of other committees and boards, if there is no conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest, there is no issue. If there is perceived conflict of interest in terms of where the funding from the town might affect that organization, you had mentioned the Chamber of Commerce, as the town of Stony Plain funds the Chamber of Commerce through different initiatives, so then there would be a perceived and even maybe an actual conflict of interest if one member of council was sitting as the president, vice president, or director of the Chamber of Commerce. So I think we do have reviewed a few of those things in terms of that. So if there's no perceived conflict of interest, then there is no issue. If there is a perceived or an actual conflict, then there is.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification beyond that. Generally, conflict of interest in council situations is determined by the individual councilor, by himself or herself. In other words, if I perceive that I may be in a potential conflict of interest, I declare it. I ask to be excused. And I don't have you or a member of council or administration telling me I must not be able to do something because I am in conflict of interest. Would that be handled differently when it comes to such things as these other boards and committees where there may be a perception that it could be? Who declares that that council member would be indeed in conflict of interest?
So that'll be the own integrity of that council member. And as you mentioned, the perception. So perception is worse than the truth. As you mentioned, if there's an issue that comes up with on council, many members of council have declared a perceived conflict, even though there is no actual conflict. But the perception is worse than the reality. So, Councillor Hansard, I would advise that whoever's on council and the mayor, that you guys do take that caution and err on the side of responsibility and caution, and not get you into the situation where you actually have to decide if you are or not. So I think that kind of answers the question, Councillor Hansard.
It does, Mr. Mayor, but I really like the twist you put on that. Perception is
worse than reality, yes.
Well, I don't think you actually said that, did you? But anyway, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow on, because and I appreciate your answer in terms of it is up to the integrity of the individual councillor. It just strikes me as, I mean, what obligation is there for a councillor to reveal what other boards or committees they may sit on outside of, I mean, if I did have a conflict and I didn't declare it, there'd be no way to check or to hold that councillor accountable.
Absolutely, you're right. If the councillor does not declare anything or does not mention anything, then that's on the own individual councillor itself. And again, that's on the integrity of the individual that is running for council as members of council. So if that individual councillor that has hidden that and doesn't share that, and there is a conflict, then I think the residents should see that. And then there's also there can be issues to having conversations. But typically, this is based on your own integrity as an individual. And I'll give you an example, because a few years ago, when the Stony Plain Alliance Church was looking for land to build, we had members of council here. We had Mayor Lemke, we had myself, and we had also Councillor Bennett declared a perceived conflict of interest, even though there was none. The three of us attended that church, but we did not benefit monetarily from them. we couldn't have got our kids involved. We couldn't, like, there was no actual conflict of interest. But we declared a conflict so that we would not be in the room. I think Councilor Hanson, you were there and you remember that, so that the integrity of the town of Stony Plain was held true, so that nobody could come to the council and said, well, of course you rezoned that, or of course you did that because you had 3 members that attend that church there. So even that there was no conflict, our own integrity said we needed to pull out so that there was no second guessing the decision made by council.
So then would it be fair to say that you would not recommend that we put something in that makes councilors declare outside boards or anything like that? No? All right. Yeah, I will take your advice and your wisdom, and I trust my fellow councilors.
Great. 100%. I think that's a good thing. I think we have it all, and I think there are some external boards where, as mentioned by Councilor Laurie, that you actually need a motion of council to run for, such as the executive board on AB Munis or FCM. But if you do it on a committee board, you don't need to. So that's also up to that. I think, I was on my church board in Edmonton for a while. I didn't need to declare that because there was no interaction in terms of funding or anything else. So if anybody else is on the church board, if there's no direct funding, which is fine, but if anything comes to council that may have that, I would expect, and hopefully the members of this council would expect those councilors to declare a perceived interest. Another good example of this would be, right now we looked at first reading of rezoning some land to get ready for a Francophone school. Right? So if I was a parent and my child was in that school, I would declare a perceived conflict, even though I'm not on the board, I'm not parent advisory, but just because my child's there could be a perceived conflict that somebody can challenge council's integrity because you had a member that was sitting there. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding, administration? Nope. See none. Thank you, administration, for bringing this forward. We're moving on to Councilor Hansard for the motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move that Town Council approve external board and committee member appointment policy C-CO-069 as presented.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Members of council, the motion is on the floor. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to return to the potential for the addition of the council created boards and committees, and to whether we need an amendment to this or whether that's something that is administrative in nature.
Okay. Thank you, administration. I think that question was asked. Any thought process to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for the first part of the question, does administration think there needs to be an amendment if the will of council is to have it apply to those other committees that were spoken about earlier? The answer is yes. And there is an amendment prepared that would look after that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go back to you. Would you like to make an amendment?
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll make the amendment. I trust administration's verbiage is appropriate.
Yeah, wait till it gets on the board. It went back. It switched screens and now we gotta go. Okay, Councilor Laurie, since you're making that amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move an amendment that the proposed external board and committee member appointment policy C-CO-069 be amended to include the appointment of council members to council-appointed committees, and that the policy title and policy be amended accordingly to reflect this change.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, there is amendment. Questions, comments, and debate on the motion to amend? See none, thank you. I think I'll support it, and I think it just adds a little more clarity. And as you mentioned earlier, this is a first good step, and then this is a council policy, so we'll review it in a couple of years to see how it's working, and we'll make those adjustments a little bit later on when we need to fine-tune a few more things. Call the question. All in favor of the amendment? Thank you. That's passed. Okay, so back to the original motion with the amendment. Any questions, comments, debate on the motion? See none? Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We're moving on to number 4.9.4, which is the repeal policy. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. During the town's annual administrative policy review, 2 council policies have been identified as obsolete or redundant. The refund on golf course seasonal memberships policy 3020492 SP is an administrative process managed by the golf course and does not require a council policy. The program refunds policy 0530100 SP is related to services that the town no longer directly provides. While these policies are no longer applicable, they are still considered active as they have not been formally repealed, and this evening administration is requesting repeal of these policies to maintain alignment with our current policy program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Members of council, have you had the opportunity to read the package? Any questions, comments for clarity on this? Oh, see none. Thank you very much for bringing this forward. I appreciate cleaning up some of the old bylaws and policies that no longer are in effect. It's good to, I think we should make a rule. Every new one that comes in, 3 need to be removed. That's just amusing, but that's a conversation for a little bit later. Okay, with that, Councillor Anderson for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council repeal the refund on golf course seasonal memberships policy 302/04/92/SP and program refunds policy 053/01/00/SP.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, now moving on to number 10 of our agenda, which is council discussion. So this is the time that council members can bring up issues they've heard from members of residents or in community or stakeholders, or just highlights of anything that's happening within your current boards and commissions, and et cetera. Councillor Hansard?
Your Worship, it was a privilege to attend the Rotary Run for Life yesterday. Thanks to all members of council who cooked and did a lot of work behind the scenes. And I found that the ceremony where the families came in with their sandwich board signs of their loved ones particularly poignant this year, standing there and reflecting on how many of the families I actually knew, and in many cases knew actually the person who had committed suicide. It was very emotional for me, but fortunately, we were at the end of our time there for volunteering. It was a wonderful process, and I believe one of the largest groups they ever had as runners. I had heard 350. I also want to remind everyone that's supposed to be there for the Forest of Hope unveiling, and I'm not sure how this process happened and how Stony Plain got selected, but I believe there's tree planting that's taking place on Wednesday between 5:30 and 7:30 in memory of people who have committed suicide. And that it will be located, and I have to stop and think about where this is. Somebody know where that is?
Yes, that is on the north side of the courthouse.
Of the?
Courthouse?
North side of the courthouse. Okay. Obscure land we don't use for anything else.
It is a green space that will be now a place where people can come and reflect and just kind of find some peace.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plechko?
Nothing for this evening, thank you.
Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one brief comment and then one quick question. Actually, I'll start with the question. Was contacted by a community group just looking for an update on the community center remedial work going on in the washrooms. Wondering when they can expect that to be complete.
Administration?
Through your worship, the Councillor Anderson. The work's been going on. We've been programming the work in between events with for the community center. It's been going on for a couple of weeks. I understand that we're very close to finishing. It should be the remedial work should be completed. Restoration only of the work will be done at the end of the week, with further with the final work to be completed shortly after.
Okay, really quickly, can you just give me the difference between the remediation and the restoration, just for clarity?
Go ahead.
Excellent. Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Henderson. The restoration work is the removal of any hazardous materials. We did have wall material that needed to be removed, so that action is going on this week, and then we will be rebuilding after that. So we are looking at a time frame to receive that rebuilding costs and continue on. So.
Okay, so a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, just any idea as to when we may expect those, particularly the washrooms and the accessible washroom, to be operational again?
At this point, we haven't received that information, and we haven't received a schedule from the rebuilder.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just a quick comment. Many members of council actually had the opportunity to attend the MAD Canada Provincial Monument unveiling, which recognizes any lives lost to an impaired driving collision over the last year. And devastating to know that 5 additional names were added to that monument this year. For those that aren't aware, that's at the Parkland RCMP detachment. There's a seating area and a monument there to recognize those lives, and just the caution or the note to remember that to drive impaired is always a choice, and that we always have the opportunity to plan ahead, whether that's to stay over, take a cab, call a friend, or so on. But just a reminder this evening to never get behind the wheel or allow somebody else to get behind the wheel while under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Further to what Councillor Hansard had mentioned, this week, as of today, going into Sunday, is actual National Suicide Prevention Week, and we are surrounding the World Suicide Prevention Day, which is September 10th. So on that note, with the Forest of Hope, we are inviting all of the residents or who would like to attend on Wednesday, September 10th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. for Alberta's first Forest of Hope. It is the one of 5 in Canada. It is in partnership with the Canadian Association of Suicide Prevention, the Roots of Hope, and Coordinated Suicide Prevention Program. We will be planting trees for those in our community impacted by suicide, and it is a spirit of hope for the future. The Forest of Hope is a symbolic space for support, healing, and growth, and it raises awareness for suicide prevention while contributing to a healthy, sustainable environment. And that is all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Loynes. Deputy Mayor, we're moving over to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just start quickly seeing if we got that snow removal budget number.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie and all council, thank you for your patience in allowing me to look this up. So the snow removal budget is across a couple of budgets. I wanted to highlight a couple for council's information. So there's the actual snow site where we go and where we have the contractors and our crews place the snow. We also have a contracted service for a dozer to go out there and move the snow around. That total cost is $50,000. For the hauling, these are the contracted snow haulers for the trucks that generally people will see with some of the contracted services that support them. That's $190,000. There's also I'll just highlight 2 other things. There's the ice salt that we pay for is about $35,000, and there's a sand and gravel that we use all year. This is our yearly budget of $50,000. But that is heavily incorporated into the snow removal season.
Thank you very much. So then on top of that would be the actual public works aspect of that budget. So I guess from a simple clarity perspective, there is not a specific line item in relation to snow removal within the budget.
Through your worship, the Councillor Laurie, like I said, it's across a couple other budgets. What I think you're getting at is, do we have anything for specific internal forces? No, because it's amalgamated through our Those costs are captured in our regular operational pay that we would do with the crews, their overtime, and we don't generally get the crews to charge out based for this level of tracking at budget to see where their activities go to. We know that generally the road operators are going to be heavily ensconced in the road operations in the winter. They get into other things throughout the summer and other seasons, but we don't generally break them out for the purposes of budgeting.
Okay, thank you. Maybe something to explore in the future. Appreciate that. Just one quick question that I have for administration through you, Your Worship. Our traffic safety initiatives for pedestrian crossings, et cetera, for 2025. We are into September, and I don't think I've seen many or any of them occur as of yet. Just wondering if we can get an update on that. Go ahead.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie, there is a tender out right now for some work in a couple of locations. Namely, we're looking at South Park Drive. So that's heavily taken our focus right now for this year, trying to incorporate some changes that we're looking at over there.
Thank you. If that tender is out right now, are we optimistic that the work will still be completed within this calendar year?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Laurie, at this time, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Meyer.
Nothing for me this evening, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for me, just a reminder to members of council and residents, this, I think September 14th is the local Terry Fox Run held at Jubilee Park. So if you have the opportunity, please come down and support your community. And just kind of a highlight of our sister relationship with Shikawi, because the Shikawis come over so many times and they've been part of the run and stuff. So the Shikawi High School is hosting their own Shikawi Terry Fox Run, and that will happen on September 20th in Shikawi. So if I know many members of council and administration have connections with students and staff over there, I just encourage you to send a little note and thank them for doing that, because Terry Fox is very, very Canadian. So it's very good to see that that the Shikawi students have decided to take that on as well to raise funds for cancer research. Okay. And that ends my comments. Moving on to number 11, which is a closed meeting. We have nothing scheduled tonight. And we'll move it down to adjournment. And so we'll declare the meeting adjourned. Good job. Thank you.